Let's see if it's live today, 12:30. Yes, I think it's coming live.
Cool.
Let me just check. It's always where is the event page? Did I press the right button? Let me check on another channel. It's the technology that's a little bit mystery still to me. There's so many things to just click and push. And yeah, here we go. We are live already. We're live already. That's very good. That's very good. So then let's go back. I went to OpenAI today. I have to just find another way back to my to my sheet, and just out of curiosity, asked the question: can you recommend some questions for the podcast recording afterwards? And it's like this feeling Commodore C64 back in the 80s. There is this cursor blinking in the middle of the screen, and I typed in the question, and then nothing happens. So I sat there and saw the cursor blinking. It's like someone leaning back, thinking about the question, and then suddenly the artificial intelligence starts typing. And what I find amazing is that they not just throw the content at the person, it's really very slow, readable pace, word after word, and it immediately hooked me. So it's really fantastic. And the result of the question, which questions can I ask in the year-in-review recording, are these 9 questions. These 9 questions here.
It's funny that it's like one year behind, right? So talking about 2021, that's a funny side effect of that.
They have unfortunately a cut off in the engine. They stated very often when you ask a question about 2022, no, unfortunately, our programmers decided that it's just going until the end of 2021. Maybe we can find a conspiracy theory behind it, but
all possible, yes, indeed.
So, but enough about me. Good. It's good to see you again. It's good to see you again. How are you doing?
Good, pretty good. Of course, times are challenging and not easy. So we will go through that. 2021 was definitely 2022. Now I'm almost behind like the AI machine. 2022 was definitely not the easiest year, but in principle, all fine. Everyone healthy, everyone pretty well set up. So all good.
How was your 2022? What were the highlights in this year?
So yeah, starting with private life after 2 boys, and the oldest one already went to school. So that was actually also a very memorable moment. But the most important one is that after these 2 boys, we got a daughter in April. So definitely an amazing and a great moment in private life, I would say.
When did you get your daughter?
In April.
Oh, so, it's great. Spring. It's middle of spring. That's fantastic.
And indeed, after the 2 boys, I was a bit afraid of getting a 3rd boy. No offense to anyone in the audience, but boys are definitely challenging, especially in that age. But having a daughter makes us very happy. I have to admit.
What's her name?
Anneli. Anneli is the first name, and Cosima is the second one. Anneli Cosima.
That's great. So she's basically, it's her first Christmas, and but it's 7 months, isn't it?
8 months now. Yes.
8 months. Wow, time flies.
Yeah, very, very young. 6 years, 4 years, and 8 months.
That's great. Let me ask you about the challenges in your professional life. AT Health. What was going on in 2022?
Wow. EAT Health, of course, is an international network. It's really important to have a close collaboration across borders. And if you talk about challenges, then this collaboration is still not possible the way it happened before. So now we live in a new normal. We were able to travel, at least in most cases, you also might have experienced that airplanes and airports did not go up to speed like before COVID. So travel was still restricted. And if you managed to book a flight, then you still had to wait in long queues, and things did not happen and work as planned. But it was possible to meet again in person, but not to the extent that we had before. So the team still suffered from that. The team spirit among the whole community, that's definitely not easy, and that's something that we still have to overcome. Nevertheless, I think there's people are happy that it now starts again, that we can meet. We are setting up programs. We are setting up new initiatives at EIT Health, especially, for example, the flagship initiative that we have, where we try to align better with the other EU institutions. So far, we implemented most things ourselves, and now the focus is really on getting synergies from everything that the European Commission provides and does. So that's definitely one challenge, but on the other hand, a great opportunity to now be able to do that.
You mentioned the pandemic, that the pandemic is over. And that's still challenging. When I look at your newsfeed in LinkedIn, it looked to me, I think it was every day. It felt like every day that you post a new picture from an event where you have been. How were your events like? How was your event life this year?
Very, very good question. We had significantly less events.
Really?
Even if it took up again compared to 2021, but compared to 2019, my travel was still limited. So I was like not traveling every day like I did before 2020. In 2022, it was still definitely less, but there have been some really outstanding and amazing events. So the first one was, or one of the most important ones, was our EIT Health Summit. So we didn't have a summit in 2020 and 2021. In 2022, we had our first summit since 2 years. That's where the whole EIT Health community comes together, where we have more than 1,000 representatives of the different partners. EIT Health is a partnership of more than 250 associated and core partners all over Europe. They all came together and were really celebrating that moment of being together again. We had the finals of our Health Catapult, of our internal business plan competition that I was able to moderate again. And being back on such a big stage in May was the first time for 2 years. That was really outstanding. So that was definitely a great event. By the way, that was the moment when Jean-Marc, our new interim CEO, announced that I would take over the investment part of EIT Health, which is the EIT Health Service Investment GmbH. And there we focus on the project Invest Health. So there we really focus on supporting companies to attract investments. That was announced in May. I finally took over in November, so it still took a while to get my successor as a director of business creation, Magda Krakowiak. But yeah, that was one event. And the second event, if we are talking about events, Bits and Pretzels 2022, we teamed up with Roche and were founding partner, co-founding partner, you could say, together with Roche, of the health tech edition of Bits and Pretzels. Bits and Pretzels is a strong team. They know how to run exciting events, festivals, founders festivals, as you could call it, since quite some time, I think 10 years or so. They had
Isn't it in Europe the Woodstock of the startup world?
Yes, yeah, you could say so, because it's different, like compared to all the other events, because it's the fun festival approach is like in the center. And for me, the symbol is that in the middle of the whole thing, which is happening in the trade fair Munich, Messe München, in the middle they put like a beer carousel. That's like antique thing that was most probably positioned at Oktoberfest at some point of time, I don't know. And that's like in the middle of the whole event. And when we were sitting together as founding partners, we realized two things. So first thing is also the representative from Roche and we said, as EIT Health and as Roche, we never could have done such a fun thing. So we are like serious partners and serious contributors. And if we would have done that people would have loved about us now doing such a silly thing. But with the Bits and Pretzels team and the Bits and Pretzels branding, putting that in the center and having us as serial contributors and as serial partners, I think that was a perfect combination. And then there was a moment when they told us, but please be aware that there will be beer available even in the morning hours. That was like, okay, we didn't expect that, but that's how it is. So bottom line was an exciting and really very, very special moment to open that first Bits and Pretzels health tech together with the other board of creators and managing director of Bits and Pretzels. And we exceeded our expectations. We thought, okay, if we get 1,000 participants, that would be already a lot for the first edition. And we got more than 1,500 people. So now expectations for 2023 are huge, I would say.
You mentioned a couple of things that I would like to dig in deeper now. Beer in the morning. I think it's a Bavarian thing, isn't it? you start a good day with a good beer.
Yeah, especially if you start your morning with white sausages and pretzels. So that's a tradition where you usually should also have a wheat beer for that. But usually that's something for a weekend. So it's not like you would start a working day with. At least not today. Maybe in the past it might have been different 20 years ago, but today that's something for the weekend, I would say.
The meetings must be funny then afterwards when people get their first drinks in the morning. But I think in Bavaria, beer isn't really alcohol, isn't it? I mean, it's more.
So I remember when I worked at the Fraunhofer, when I did my diploma thesis there, during lunch break, you also could order beer. So that's that. I think I'm not sure if that has changed in the meantime, but indeed in Bavaria, it's part of the lifestyle. And if you talk about Oktoberfest, of course, there is beer also served in the morning, but it's getting less. So if you look on construction sites, the workers on a construction site never would drink a beer before they are done with all their work. I think that definitely has changed compared to the past.
Yeah, definitely. I think in the 80s it was completely different. When I did my summer internships, sometimes at the construction site, it was a little bit different. So there was a lot of fun working back then. Let's dig into the second part that you mentioned, that you run now the I hope I exaggerated in the right way, the huge investment arm of AT Health. Is it the right understanding?
Yes and no. So I have to disappoint you and everyone else who is listening. We are not investing ourselves, or at least not at this point of time. Of course, there's plans to set up a fund that is correlated to us. Of course, we are also having some grant money invested into companies where we get options in return. But mainly, we are supporting companies to fundraise and to get in touch, to get connected to the right investors. Of course, we have a European network of experts, but also investors, and also have our recognition. So therefore, people trust us, also investors trust us to select the right companies at the right point of time for the right investors to do the introduction, make the introduction. So I think we are a very valuable partner. Now, 2022 is indeed a tricky year to start with such an endeavor, because on the one hand, there is a huge need for connecting startups and good entrepreneurs with investors, for sure. But at the same time, it got much more challenging than we expected before. So doing investment services and providing connections between investors and startups in 2021 was like you didn't have anything to do. So you just exchanged a few emails and then things just went ahead. Now in 2022, you really could see that investors were keeping back their money for their portfolio companies. So they knew their companies that they would support, and there is not too many investments into new companies. So that really needs convincing arguments. And one of that, and that's a key learning for me in 2022, it's still possible. So it's still possible to raise money and attract money. But one of the core conditions is to already have revenue. So if a startup, if a great entrepreneur doesn't have revenue, it's much harder to attract investment. And as you might imagine, you have experience with the life science ecosystem yourself. In life science, the cash flow and the burn rate is covered in the first 5 to sometimes even 10 years by investors and investments, and not by revenue. So early stage companies have a difficult and hard time at the moment.
was there really such a huge difference between 2021 and 2022? I read the LinkedIn news flow, and in 2021, I mean, let's say the attitude of the market participants was very, very positive, and they were completely in euphoria, and it looked like we enter a new age. And in 2022, I read a lot of newsletters from Sequoia or Y Combinator in which they warned that times are changing. But on the other hand, I also read from a lot of funds and fund managers and private and public investors, don't worry, there is enough dry powder still in the venture world. Some of those investors are from the All In podcast, for example, US-based investors who say the fundraising success of the venture funds in 2021 was so huge that they must have a lot of money and they are ready to deploy money. And was there really such a huge difference in real investments that happened?
Yes, definitely. So in 2021, there was a lot of money available in the market because same story, investors kept their money back in beginning of 2020 and then started to invest all of that money that they kept for their portfolio companies originally because no one knew how to deal with the crisis. In the end of 2021, that already took up immediately, and then 2020, in the end of 2020, took up immediately in 2021. We saw a huge amount of investment. So I think we even spoke about that in our podcasts when you invited me. In 2021, we have seen more than 800 million euro investments alone for EIT Health portfolio companies.
Wow.
Which was doubling compared to the year before. We have seen an increase also compared in the factor before between before and 2021, also compared to the US and China. So we have seen more than 10 billion euro of investments into life science or health tech companies, actually health tech, which is important, excluding biotech companies, health tech companies in Europe. And that put us even on par with Asia, because Asia was also roughly with 10 billion euro in health tech companies, not that much bigger anymore than it was in the past. So that was a factor of more than two, I think 2.4 or so increase from 2020 to 2021. So extremely successful. Now we see that this, 2022 is not over and not all deals are announced, but we can see that it got reduced almost by a factor of two. Not sure what the final number will be, but in the health tech sector, that definitely went back. Now, if your friends tell you there is enough dry powder that still needs to be used, that's true. And that brings us basically to the expectations for 2023. I expect a lot of investments catching up in 2023 because there is money available, but investors are still very, very cautious and careful. So, but they have to, you know how a fund works. At some point of time, they have to invest. They can't keep it forever. They have to invest. And therefore, if the framework conditions improve in 2023, and I definitely expect so, then we see a lot of investments again at this point of time. But so far, nothing that changed until the end of the year, I would say.
Yeah, we spoke I think it's 2 years ago. It's already 2 years ago that you were on the podcast, and we spoke briefly about the situation in 2016 and 17. And I saw in the latest statistics, without remembering the right numbers, that also in Europe, venture capital took off in the last years. I think we are now almost on par with Asia in all tech sectors. Yeah. But still a little bit behind the United States, but not as far behind as it was back in 2015, 16, and 17. Right. But I still think there is enough room and leeway for Europe, because European Union and also the countries outside European Union is twice the size of the United States. So we have still enough room to invest. Which trends do you see in the investment world that will change Europe in the next 2 years?
So of course, I would focus on the health tech and life science topics, even if, for example, hydrogen and energy is like a super exciting sector that we are seeing catching up, also due to the overall energy situation. So that's definitely something to keep in mind. Also, AI in general is still and deep tech. Deep tech is like the new word that is including AI, but also other technologies. In health tech, of course, the digital topics are still super relevant. So we see that we have even biotech companies, pharma companies being super interested into digital health solutions. And I think coming from the European perspective, we have now the right framework conditions for that. So there's two big steps that we took in 2022, actually. Or end of 2021 and beginning of 2022. So we had the DIGAs that were introduced by Jens Spahn, the former German health minister, together with Gottfried Ludwig, his director for innovation. They introduced the DIGAs, which is a reimbursement scheme for digital applications in healthcare. And that model was so successful that the French president, Emmanuel Macron, just decided to replicate that. That decision was taken in 2021, and he announced that at an EIT Health supported event at the Health Tech Innovation Days. Everyone was like between shocked and excited that the French president just says the Germans are doing so great in reimbursement of digital health applications. We won't reinvent the wheel, we will just replicate what they successfully showed. And indeed, the beauty of that is if we apply the same system across Europe, then we can create a single market for digital health applications.
Can we stop a little bit? We're talking about Europe, single market for health applications.
Yes. So that's the goal.
Wow.
We have now two large markets and countries, Germany and France, that are truly collaborating to align the conditions. There's still like little differences. In Germany, you need classification of 2A. In France, it's possible to have even classification 2B, which would not be possible in Germany. In both countries, you have to demonstrate evidence on the impact of your application, but you don't have to show that already at the first day. So you get reimbursement if you show the safety, which is shown through a certification of medical device class A, 2A or 2B, depending on Germany or France. And then you have 12 months to show the impact. And if the impact is shown through real-world evidence, then you can keep the reimbursement. If not, then the reimbursement will be stopped for that health application. So that's an amazing approach that also drives the innovation in the market. And now we see other countries like Luxembourg, for example, is very far ahead now to get part of that new system. Ireland, we have also other countries like Belgium, also Scandinavian countries that have a similar approach, and where we now have to see how we can align that. But there is a strong movement in that direction, and there is a clear understanding that it would not be smart to have a lot of individual national solutions, but having one joint solution where we also, and that's an important thing, if you get accepted in one market, then you would automatically also be accepted in other markets for reimbursement, so that you have that mutual recognition, and that would open the European single market for digital health applications. That's the big vision, but I think we took a huge step into that direction in 2022.
Yeah, sounds like this is a huge step in Europe to unite the different markets under one umbrella, which is great because it's really holding back when companies, especially startup companies, small companies, need to apply in each single country. It drives the cost and the I would say the resource consumption tremendously. So uniting that is great news. Do you see that also happening in other areas in Europe, that there is a trend to create really a single united market?
Cool. I mean, you see that now with in the energy sector, with a joint approach to buy fuels and gas, and especially also the pricing approach and processes for that. You see that in a couple of areas, but I would say the DIGAs in the health tech sector and the digital medical devices, as they are called now in France and Luxembourg, is an amazing step. And the second one for the health tech sector that I really want to emphasize is the European health data space. That's something that will prepare us for the future in a way it was never possible before. You all know the GDPR, which was rolled out all over Europe. People usually hate it, hardly anyone loves it, but I think it was important to have one approach all over Europe. Also, in the current situation that we have with the big dominant players from the US, from Silicon Valley, I think it's important that we have one clear structure in Europe that is applied everywhere in the same way. And by full purpose back then, the EU decided and the Commission decided to not include the topic of healthcare data in the GDPR system. So it would have been a huge opportunity to do so. And there were, of course, from the healthcare sector, people were like asking and requesting that to also include a special treatment of medical data in GDPR. But by full purpose, people have decided to not include it in order to not take the risk that even the whole GDPR would be rejected. So therefore, they agreed, let's put GDPR first, and then let's talk about health data. Now, what is a European health data space? It is not a huge Amazon Web Service cloud or so. It is not a technical solution. The European health data space is just a legal framework with one clear purpose. In that legal framework, the exchange and the type data is collected and is used, is regulated across Europe. So that's basically the main purpose. So how is the data stored? Not from a technical perspective, but from a what is it used for, and how can it be exchanged among countries? And I also like the way how the European Commission has provided their Q&A. So they basically said, they provided 3 examples. And one example is if a Portuguese person goes to France, then if that lady is on a skiing trip and breaks her legs and needs medication, then it is important to have the data structured in a way that a French medical doctor also like understands her allergies and things that he has to know if he's treating her, which is not the case today. So if she's delivered to the hospital, he wouldn't know. And a second example is if someone goes somewhere else to university hospitals during holidays and has some images, medical imaging done, maybe with X-rays, which you shouldn't repeat like again and again and again due to the nature of X-rays, then usually that data is not exchanged. And the Commission very clearly says it needs to be clear that data can be transferred also from a hospital in one country into another. Currently, data is not even allowed to leave a hospital from one city to the next one within Germany, for example. So that's very clearly governed. But the way how it is then implemented, that is regulated by the countries, by the member states themselves. So the EU just provides the framework. And the second thing that is very relevant from my perspective, it's not just about the patient perspective into the use of data. It's also the way how not the primary use, which is the patient-centric and doctor-centric use, but also the secondary use to drive innovation in Europe, how that is important. And there, I think, if you want to catch up with the US, with Asia, then we have the right model to move forward.
That sounds very promising. I think this is in Europe still a little bit tricky, that patients cannot take their data at scale with them. I think it's also when I go from one hospital in Vienna to the next hospital, it's also sometimes tricky that the data transfer happens automatically in the background. So I have to go there. As far as I understand the situation, I'm not an expert, I'm just talking from the patient perspective, but it doesn't seem to me that it's already there. And what you said, that now data needs to be transferred between countries so that the patient who is going on a holiday somewhere, for example, from the Netherlands in Austria, has a ski accident, that the doctor immediately can access the whole health data world of this person and make much better judgments of the situation then without it, especially, for example, when the patient is unconscious, it's really difficult to warn the doctor and say, okay, you need to take care of this, this, and that. When the doctor can access the whole health data of the person, it's a great thing. Is this really coming?
Yes, I'm absolutely convinced that this is coming. The problem, of course, is the still keeping the data private, because we want to give the power into the hands of the patient. The patient has to be able to follow and see who has access to my data, because we definitely want to provide security and clarity that, for example, an insurance company cannot access the data to calculate your monthly payment rates, adapting to your risk. So that's explicitly excluded. The European Commission also has taken care of that. So you always can follow who has access your data and for which purpose, because that's important. If you couldn't guarantee that, then of course people would be always afraid that someone like checked your data just to do bad things with that, and that's clearly excluded. The question how quickly that will be implemented, the European Commission has provided almost €1 billion, I think 800 million euro for the member states to implement that. How quickly that will happen, I don't know.
Yeah, at least I think I see it as like an entrepreneur, small steps, baby steps. It's the best thing. So one step
after the other. The direction is clear, and the framework is there. That's the most important, because like 2 years ago we didn't have any framework, and now we have clarity where we want to go. We will see countries that implement that much quicker, and we have other countries that might take a bit longer.
What's your expectations? Which countries will be the quickest in your opinion in the adoption? Is there already something started, or are we still in the concept stage?
I would say a safe bet might be Estonia, because they have already everything digitally available. I could imagine that other small countries like Luxembourg that really put a lot of emphasis in managing that transformation could be quick. I would not assume that Germany and Austria would be the fastest one, even if you have great progress with digital medical devices and things like that. But, the population is still very careful and very afraid about the potential use. So I think there will be much more time needed also to convince the citizens about the advantages and about the security level.
Why is Estonia so far advanced? I mean, there's a lot going on. Every time when you open LinkedIn, I see more and more news about this country. What's the reason why there is the adoption rate so high? What's your opinion on that?
I would say, first of all, it's a small and still an average pretty young population. They didn't have any infrastructure. Just historically, everything was destroyed and taken away. So they had to build up everything from scratch. And therefore, they realized that the way it was now built up in a purely digital way, it's working very well. So the acceptance rate is huge and is amazing. And if you look into the rejection rates of putting patients' data into national biobanks, I think it's in the low one-digit percentage where people really reject having their data stored in the national biobank. So it's a huge acceptance across the whole population.
That's great to hear. I could go on talking another hour with you. Let's pull Caroline Heil in. She's the next speaker. I see that she's already in the list of attendees, and let's promote her to panelist. Did you meet Caroline already?
No, I don't think so.
Then we can make. Hi, Caroline. Good to see you.
Hi. Hi, Caroline.
Hello. Nice to see you. Nice to meet you, Kurt.
Nice to meet you, Caroline. Hi.
Let's make a quick introduction. Caroline Heil, she runs the new meat company, an investment fund. But maybe, Caroline, you can say a few words to yourself.
Yeah, sure, Caroline. Yeah, I'm the CEO of the so-called The New Meat Company. We are actually not a real fund. We are a listed company, a platform company in the space of alternative proteins. So our goal is to change the way people eat, to make it more sustainable, and to build up the biggest group for alternative proteins in Europe and maybe someday in the world as well. So maybe some more about our platform approach. So what we do is we bring together a broad portfolio of companies with a complementing skill set and mindset together under the roof of The New Meat Company. to leverage synergies and to grow together, to be sustainable, to be profitable, and to change the world and make it a little better.
That sounds great. And Kurz runs the AT Health investment arm. Did I do remember it right, Kurz?
Yes. So let's say service provider, but yes, we are talking about investments. So there's a lot of things in common. And of course, nutrition is a big part in healthcare and healthy living, I would say. So therefore, there is definitely a great overlap. It's
definitely. So what I always say is the way to change how you eat is the easiest way to get healthier. And if people would do that, there's data that we could save up to 90% of the cost of our healthcare system in Europe and in North America. So food has a great impact. So maybe you want to invest in a new meat company as well.
We definitely could talk about that. As I said, not investing directly, but helping to find the right investors. Definitely in our scope.
You think 90% is the potential of reducing the cost in the healthcare system when we change the nutrition habits? Did I get it right?
Yes, that's the data I found somewhere. So basically, because there are so many diseases, like the main diseases we see, or main reasons why people are dying, like diabetes type 2, like all the cardiovascular diseases. They are pretty much linked to the way how we eat, to cholesterol, to sugar, to meat also.
Maybe there's also like some correlation, because people who think about their nutrition might also think about their habits to do sports and to move. So that's of course like if you do proper and careful prevention by focusing on your nutrition and focusing on how you move, that definitely has a huge impact. Which part of that is part of the moving in sports and which part of is the nutrition, that's of course then a different story. And a few genes definitely also have some impact, but I definitely would subscribe that nutrition has a large and significantly underestimated impact on life expectancy and also life quality.
Yeah, I completely agree with that. I think nutrition is one of the most important things to stay healthy, and but it's pretty challenging in nowadays. I mean, there's so much good food on the market that is a little bit it tastes good, it feels good, it is a lot of fun to eat, but has a negative health impact, and being aware of that makes sense.
And also, like, the medicamentation nowadays is so good, so it's way easier like to eat whatever you want and just take this one pill and keep your cholesterol levels down. It's super easy, but it's somehow it's a bad habit to try to
I don't think that it's really that easy. They promise and pretend that it's that easy, but I think there is still some side effects that are not.
Yeah, I was just kidding. So some weeks ago I gave a speak at a conference, and I was talking about like negative impacts of meat consumption, like if you consume too much. So not if you have like your steak once a week, but if you have like your like the average German who's consuming 1.4 kilos of meat a week. Like if you eat too much meat, and the correlation with like several diseases. And after this speech, an older guy in his 80s reached out to me and came over and said, "Yeah, I'm a former professor for cardiovascular disease at Charité, and actually you're not very smart because medicamentation is so good nowadays, so cholesterol is not a problem anymore. Like you can like just take your pill and like health is not a topic when we talk about meat." I was like, okay, that is a different mindset. So, but it's actually in our heads because it's so convenient, it's so easy, and changing your habits, changing your eating habits, changing your habits, how you move, how you do sports, it's more challenging, but it's more sustainable, I think.
Did you ever or did you do some research in the optimal nutrition habits with the new meat company?
Not with a new meat company, actually, but I did so much reading on it. So there's amazing literature you can find on it. So my favorite books are by Mr. Campbell, so professor from the US, like the China study or Whole. So there's so much very nice stuff you can find. Or one book, I can't remember the name of the author, I just read recently, is the Pegan diet. So a combination between paleo and vegan diet by a very famous
how does that
sports guy.
How does that work? Uniting paleo and vegan. So it's basically meat with vegetables.
No, paleo is it's not keto. It's paleo is it's this diet where you try to basically eat like the people some 100 years ago, some 1,000 years ago. So you try to keep everything very clean, no processed foods. So if you have like meat, you only eat grass-fed meat. Lots of vegetables, lots of fruits. But with if you combine vegan and paleo diet, it's like no meat.
Okay, so it's basically meat without meat, so no meat at all.
No meat. It's no meat at all. But we didn't do research or didn't run our own research with the new meat company so far. That's definitely on the list for the next years. But there's already so much you can find everywhere on this topic. So.
Good. Sorry that I forgot to say goodbye to you. So it's great that you stay a little bit longer. It was really great speaking to you.
Thank you.
And I dived directly into the next session without closing.
No, it's nice to have that smooth handover. And maybe one final word, Caroline, talking about investments. A very good friend of mine is managing director and head of equity markets in DACH, Thomas Thuner from Morgan Stanley. He said IPO, so he's of course taking care of companies preparing their IPO. He said IPO doesn't mean is the party over, and then he said no, actually not, just the dress code has changed. And I agree, the dress code has changed, but I actually like the old dress code more. So hopefully we will come back to the old dress codes one day. Thank you. It was great to meet you, and looking forward to talking to you, Caroline, at some point of time to follow up. And Christian, thanks for the invitation, and see you soon.
Good. I wish you Merry Christmas and a good start into 2023.
Yes, same to you. Bye-bye.
Bye.
So now I have to now I have to find the right button. So no, sure, now he's gone. Caroline, very good start. We started right away with Kurt in the next session. Great to see you. How was your 2022?
I would say pretty good. It's very exciting 2022 on a professional level, on a personal level. So far I had a very good year. With the new meat company, we made some major steps actually. We closed 3 transactions this year, and 3 transactions where we acquired majority stakes in companies. So as I told you last time, our investment approach is very different from how a VC investor invests. It goes more into the direction of private equity. So we acquire majority stakes in companies, which is more challenging, I think. So, so for the new meat company, it was a pretty good year, I would say.
How is it going with taking the majority in a company? Is there a big market out there for companies that are willing to? I mean, it's basically what Warren Buffett is doing with Berkshire Hathaway. So it's buying companies as a whole.
Kind of as a whole, is taking over. Okay, taking over doesn't sound so friendly, but incorporating the companies into the group. Actually 1.5 years ago when I started my position as CEO, I actually had huge doubts if companies and if companies in the food space, startups or grown-up companies, if they really want to give up so many shares and such a big stake in the companies. But it's going very, very well. And the people are super open to become part of the platform because they just see the need to work together and to grow together, especially in these challenging times. So with the changing market environment, inflation and everything, we even see the companies being more open to become part of the platform. There are still people out there who don't want to give up so many shares, who don't want to be part of the platform. But there are so many we talk to who think the idea is great and who want to be part of our idea. And these are also the people we look for. So we look for this mindset of people, for this kind of people who are open, who really want to change the world, who want to grow fast, who want to grow together. who want to learn from other companies, and so I'm very I'm very happy that my doubts were not very reasonable.
I'm curious, since you work in the food industry, which big trends did you see in 2022?
In 2022?
Mm-hmm.
That's a very difficult question. Like in the alternative protein space, we still see that there is a big focus on startups and companies who work in the whole mushroom space, so mycelium protein, fermentation. That's two topics that we're still able to close bigger investment rounds. So there's still something going on, but kind of like what the trend at the moment in the industry is, that's my belief. Everyone gets more conservative again. So everyone is more looking for companies that are profitable, that can survive this new challenging market surrounding without investing all the time, or without burning money all the time. So it kind of like the trend is that people are looking for more sustainable companies, in a meaning of being like very good for our environment, very good for our health, planetary health diet, but also being able to survive, being profitable. What we saw like 2 years ago, that we had like a huge emerging biotechnology scene in the food space. So basically companies working on cell-based meat, on cell-based milk, lab-grown proteins, fermentation, that these companies are struggling more because like the money they were able to close or to get for their biotech companies that won't be profitable or won't make any profits for the like next 5 or 10 years, they now really see the challenge to close investments to keep their idea going. Mm-hmm. So it's difficult to say what is the new trend, but the market environment definitely changed a lot. And I really hope that it's going a little bit more back to the old before this year's crisis environment, because we really need the biotech scene. We need the startups that develop new products. And now we see like the industry taking over a lot, the private label companies, the conventional industry, like players like Nestle in Germany, like Rügenwalder Mühle, Unilever, who have their food brands they establish more and more in the alternative protein space.
I talked just half an hour ago with Kurt about the uptake and downturn in the investment world, generally in health tech. And 2021 was a great year. And he said in 2022, in his experience, there was a huge cutback here in Europe. Did you experience the same, or is in the food industry still enough capital that's going to be deployed?
No, it's definitely the same. So there are some companies that manage to still find investors, or some startups who still manage to close big investment rounds, like the Zurich-based startup Planted. They just closed a $70 million round. So they were pretty successful, and that was like 3 months ago. Then like a new Berlin-based startup, it's called Project Eden. It's also vegan meat alternatives. They closed 10 million like half a year ago. So there are some companies that are still able to find investors, to find money, but a majority part of the startups in the field are really struggling, and they don't find investors. The valuations are down a lot, so it's challenging, but like really good ideas and really innovative projects still find the money and still find investors. And also what we see is that what I said earlier, if we don't only look at the startups, but at the industry, so like the old industry, they are still in a very, very good shape, in a very good condition. They invest a lot into their own projects, so into establishing their brands, into rolling out new products. So startups are struggling, old industry is actually growing, and I think in a very good, or most of the industry, like if you look at the organic scene, like the organic supermarket retailer chains, they are struggling a lot too. But majority of a part of the old industry is in a pretty good condition at the moment. So
which parts of the industry do you see thriving the most currently in the old industry?
Driving what?
Which parts of the old industry is thriving the most currently? Do you see more in automotive, or do you see more in agriculture, energy? Which sectors do you see the most traction in this market environment?
Yeah, I think there's again a very difficult question, but I think actually the food industry overall is still doing pretty fine. Lots of traction, lots of happening. They are still sticking to their goals when it comes to sustainability, ESG. So that's a pretty positive news, that that sustainability in these times of crisis with high energy prices, etc., is not something that people forget about. It's still very high on the agenda. And I think there's like many family owned businesses in Europe that are doing pretty well in mechanic engineering, also in the building industry. So maybe not the project developers, but yeah, I think there's old industry that really kind of has a conservative cash management and conservative investment approach. I think they're still doing pretty fine in these challenging times. So,
what's your advice? I mean, startups now, I think, also needs to raise funds. What's your advice to startups? How, in your opinion, how should they tackle the situation currently?
Yeah. So my advice is like, go into your business models, go into your business plans, and try to be a little more conservative. So stay innovative, but try to be a little more conservative when it comes to numbers, and try to be profitable pretty fast. So try to rethink. If you manage to close an investment, use the money very wise, and don't burn the money, because it will be more difficult to close any investment. So it's the same for us. So we also have to rethink twice before we invest. And yeah, so it's challenging times, but I think it's every crisis for me has a good side. So for me, I think it's very healthy if the startups and if the industry becomes more entrepreneurial driven and more sustainable. And it was also funny, like 1.5 years ago when I started as the CEO for the new meat company, one of my goals was to find companies and to find startups that think differently, so that are bootstrapped, that want to be profitable. Because I say, if you really want to be sustainable, you have to be profitable at some point, and you have to, at least in the food industry, if you want to survive, it's definitely it's not, for me, it's not the right environment for non-profitable startups. And when I started 1.5 years ago, I said that I only want to have companies in the portfolio that have the potential to be sustainable, to be profitable. And yeah, for me, it's a good thing of the crisis that this thinking is getting more accepted. So when I was telling the people earlier, they were like laughing at me. You don't understand the market, the food industry, what's happening in the alternative protein space, what the VCs are doing. And now when you talk to the VCs, they also have this different mindset and challenge the companies much more, think more conservative. So, and I think that is a good thing, actually.
What is in 2022? What was your biggest success? Or let me phrase the question maybe out of a little bit differently. What is your ideal company that you are looking for on the market?
In the future, or in the past?
In the past, in 2022, and in the future. Then this is the next step.
So I think my the biggest success of our company was to basically the combination of the 3 deals we managed to close this year. So our first deal this year was that we got the seitan company L'Herbivore on board. So they produce seitan or seitan meat alternatives. And that was kind of like the first step of our strategy. So we managed to get them on board. And we knew that they are that they have a very strong skill set in the production side. So building up a production unit. We have one of the managing directors and founders of Lerbivore. Jürgen is an engineer who kind of like got socialized in the automotive industry. So he really knows how processes work. He worked in the automotive industry for 10 years. So he's very process driven. He's a mechanical engineer. He really knows what he's doing. And he already develop a small production unit in Berlin. And he managed to build up a very, very thoughtful and very good production unit in the countryside. In the production area we acquired with our second transaction this year. It's a former meat factory for game meat, and the former owner had the idea to move away from any animal production and to transform the meat factory into a vegan production unit. And we took over this production site in the countryside of Berlin. Already having in mind that Lerbivore will build up the production unit, will build up something very professional. And then our third transaction we just closed recently is with the Berlin-based company Eat Plants. And they produce convenient food and sauces in glass jars. So, and they are like super strong in the e-commerce business. So they have a very good online shop. They have very strong knowledge in this field. They have like a QR code on every product, and you can scan it, and then you get to the app. You get recipes that are generated based on the temperature and weather data around you. You get all the information where the products are from. And Eat Plants is also very, very strong on the product development department. They have 2 professional chefs working for the company. They also just moved to Dobertin. They're building up a test kitchen there, a content studio. So, and now to see like these 3 companies working together, that's kind of like the biggest success for me. So like when I see the founders, how they work together, how they grow together, how they already managed to incorporate the products of Lerbivore into the online shop of Eat Plants. They already kicked off their joint product development. So for Veganuary, they will launch 3 pretty cool seitan products in glass jars. So a vegan currywurst and things like that. So it's pretty amazing to see that our platform idea really is working. So and the synergies are real, and we're not only talking about, but we can really see it, that if you bring together the right people, it's amazing. So, and it's so much fun to see how they work together and also be part of this team.
So you keep the management in place basically after acquiring the company. So you rely on the expertise of the founders team.
Yes, and they are the most important part of the whole idea. So we really need the right people. We need the people with the right mindset, and and that's also it's a good criteria that we acquiring a majority stake in the company, because like the people who are willing to give up so much, as I said earlier, so much of their company because they believe in the big picture and the bigger idea, that are normally the people who are really open and that are really willing to help each other and to grow with the other companies. So
where do you see the food industry heading to in 2023 and onwards? What are the big trends that lead us into the future?
In 2023. So when we look at the numbers and at the sales, there are still 2 big trends we see. And one is luckily for us, it's still vegan products and meat alternatives. So alternative proteins is still one of the biggest trends in the food industry. And the second really big trend at the moment is alcohol-free alcohol. So
really alcohol-free alcohol.
Yeah. So wine, champagne not, because it's difficult with the rights, but wine without alcohol, gin without alcohol. So that's a big trend, because people in general want to be healthier. That's also why they reduce their meat consumption, the consumption of animal products. Alcohol, I think it's pretty clear for everyone now that it's not very healthy to drink too much. So and it's still like when you go out partying or whatever, there's still so much pressure if you don't drink. So it's a very nice alternative if you have your wine bottle and you can drink, but there's no alcohol in it. So yeah, that's kind of like the two big trends we still we saw the last months and we will see in 2023.
Alcohol-free gin. Yeah, this is the amazing thing. Whenever I have a phase in my life where I say I want to do more sports and don't drink alcohol, and when I go to events, usually I ask for water, and people look at me and say, "What's wrong with you?
Yeah.
Why do you drink water?" And then I just say, "Yeah, I do sports, and it's not good." And the second thing then they ask is, "Do you have problems with alcohol?" So it's quite an amazing pressure in society. Do you see it the same in Germany, that it's generally, let's say, accepted to drink alcohol at the new band, and people question the decision when someone says, "Oh, no, I don't drink"?
Yeah, definitely. So it's huge pressure, but it's I think it's already starting to change a little bit. So as many people want to be healthier, as many people just try to reduce the alcohol consumption. It's getting more accepted, but I think it's great to be able to to have something other than water when you go out in the evening, when you meet people, when you're in a restaurant. So but it's and if you some years ago when you were out with friends for dinner and you told the people that you don't eat meat, that was kind of like the same thing. They were like, "What is wrong with you? Why don't you eat meat?" And now it's so much more accepted. So at least in the cities. So when you're in Berlin or
at the worst nightmare probably was no meat, no alcohol, and only vegetables on the table. And it was literally, I think it made the evening of many people, and was definitely the center of discussion at the table.
Yeah, but now that is luckily changing.
Caroline, let's pull in the next speaker. Albert is already in. He's a business angel from Austria, from Vienna.
Ah, nice.
So we can have a brief introduction and just promoted him to a panelist. And I hope I pushed the right button. Yeah, now he's coming online. And let's give him a very warm welcome. Albert, you're on mute and your camera is off. Now you're here.
Hello, I'm just busy.
Yeah,
okay.
Nice background. Is it real or is it a picture?
This is fortunately, this is a picture, because outside it would be rather cold today.
Yeah, I believe it.
It's a picture from just outside our rooms. There's the Machfeld Canal, where it's fine to go for a walk or run or do a bicycle round in between to get off the computers.
That's good. Albert is a business angel from Vienna, and Caroline runs the new meat company, Albert. She's based in Berlin.
I was listening for some time now. Yeah.
I think
it's very interesting.
Thank you.
Caroline, it was good seeing you. I wish you great 2023. As a final question, what's your big prediction for 2023?
My big prediction? In which field? In general?
General, what you would like to talk about?
What I think my prediction for 2023 is life goes on and there's no reason to panic, even if it gets a little more challenging. So every crisis has upsides, and we will manage. That's a good point. That's a good point. I wish you, your family, your team a very, very Merry Christmas and a good start into the next year. Thank you so much. Same to you.
See
Enjoy
you.
The conversation. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Merry Christmas.
Yeah. Albert, good to see you. How is life?
Thanks. Life is, well, stressy as every year at the end of the year. So suddenly Christmas arrives and everybody panics to finish all the things that would have been done within the last few months. But nevertheless, such is life, and I'm quite fine and happy to have finished many of the projects we started. It was a very interesting year. We could not imagine how this things after the lockdowns and so on will go on, but I think life is turning to normal, slowly but surely to normal again. And I'm really happy to have personal meetings again, to be able to talk to people directly, not only via computers or whatever. Yeah.
I couldn't agree more. What were your highlights in 2022?
Well, first it was some congresses again and some meetings to see people again, to pick up new ideas. As a part of my job is to find new ideas, new possible startups or persons that think about creating a startup. And this is not possible when you have some meetings online. And the second big thing was, of course, the transformation of Fianostics from a company that was built to deliver or to produce kits, diagnostic kits for research.
Mm-hmm.
And we had to turn from business to research to business to customer, which is a completely different structure inside the company, which is a completely different mindset of how you present your products, how you go to the market. You don't have to produce papers or scientific issues wherever. You have to put the complicated things into very easy words that can be understood by people from the street. And this was a really challenge for us. It's a very small company. We have 5 people, but I think we managed quite fine.
Where do you see the differences between the B2B and the B2C world? I'm curious now. What are the biggest differences? So let's say the 3 biggest differences to make it more challenging.
Well, I think that the first big difference is the wording you are going out with. If you deliver your diagnostic things to research companies or to research labs, they know what's the thing about. You don't have to explain what is an antibody or an antigen or whatever. You don't have to explain things like sensitivity or specificity. All this is known by the people, and you can go with scientific background. You can explain why this parameter you are selling is important for them, what they can do with it. You have to deal with a lot of scientific papers, make extracts of that. And if you go to people like everybody on the street, you have to reduce all these things to very simple, but still should be correct text. So nobody's interested in how an antibody test works in the background. They want to have a reliable result. Everything else is fine to have, but you don't have to explain this, because nobody can't understand that, because we have to accept we are specialists, and there are only a few specialists that can deal with the high scientific things. And if you have to convince people to do things or to test themselves, as we did with the InnoLab idea, you have to completely scale down all the information to very simple wording, to short wordings, because nobody reads half a page. It's impossible. They look at the first 3, 4, maybe 5 sentences and finished. Whatever is not in there, nobody will know. And we're still learning a lot of it. We're starting now a little bit of social media marketing, and it's not easy to find simple but correct words to bring the information this is necessary to the people that should be our customers.
What's the biggest challenge with that in translating science into simple words?
You have to learn a new language. In fact, as a scientific worker, you have to simply to learn a new language. Like also when you publish a patent, also this is a different language. I've learned this years ago, and now we have to learn the simple language of how to bring complex things in easy words, easy understandable words to the people outside. That's normally the job of journalists, scientific journalists, but we haven't any education in this. We do this learning by doing.
What's the most important thing that people should be aware of when they try a similar thing? So what is the one thing to say, take care of that in the translation work?
Well, I think during the crisis, the last 2 years, most of the people have learned that there should be a responsibility for oneself. So I think this has been a little bit spread, and we want to increase this sensibility, this awareness. You have to care for your body by yourself. Nobody else will do that. Also, even if it's free of charge, you have to do it by yourself. And we try to create this awareness, to have a look at your healthiness, at your lifestyle. Lifestyle has changed extremely because many people now are sitting more than ever in front of a computer or handy or whatever. We are not constructed for sitting life. We're constructed for a going or walking or running life. And also, as colleague before told us, people are trying to change their what they eat, what they drink. Also, this is changing, and therefore also they have to combine this change of eating and drinking to correlate it with their own healthiness and their feeling healthiness. Because if you look or if you feel into yourself, most of your body tells you what to do. And based on this, there are, of course, many things or possibilities on the diagnostic side, which is our job, to offer an easy understandable diagnostic and easy accessible diagnostic. Also, even if you have to pay for that, but you have easy access to that, and you can monitor your wealthiness or your health status quite easily, regularly. And also, this is very important to do this not once in 10 years, but should be every half a year or at least every year.
No, I like the development. I mean, this is something that is, I think, one of the general themes of this year's year in review recording, this increased awareness for health and that people have to take care for their own health. Also the importance of nutrition and exercise. I think in the last 2 years, we were talking about other things, and now it seems that people are getting more and more awareness of these yet simple facts, but mostly overlooked facts for the last 20 years. When I started getting interested in general health in the 90s, I think there was no cultural environment where it was generally accepted, and it seems to get better now. Do you agree to that, or is there still a trend to say, yeah, when we are through with the pandemic now, who cares anyway? So let's go back to normal.
No, I think people are recognizing that the world has changed a little bit, and we have to face lots of different crises or problems or whatever you call it. And everybody has to recognize to do his own part to live within this. And if you want to live within a crisis, you have to care for your health at the beginning, because if you are ill and sick and somehow not actable, nothing will happen. And I think this mindset has already beginning to change slowly, and it will, of course, it will take years, if not generations. But when I see our children and grandchildren, they have a quite different view on how life could be than we had.
How is this view? I'm curious to hear it. How is their view?
Well, it is this so-called work-life balance. when we were building up our scientific or our business 20 years ago, this didn't exist because there was work to do. We had to finish that, and if it took 20 hours a day, it took 20 hours a day. Nobody cared about that. It's impossible today. If you want to hire people, first question is half-time, maximum 30 hours, and home office. Then everything else, which is when you are working within a lab system, a laboratory doing from home office is quite a little bit difficult.
Maybe there's a new trend to the home laboratory. So
yes, to be remote pipetting and remote incubating. And also, if you have some chemical reactions, they do not know they have to be finished within 3 hours because then I want to go home. You have to finish this. And if this mindset is present, it is really difficult to find people for research that is a little bit more intensive than 3 or 4 hours. But it's still possible. And when you find these people, we had good luck with 2 or 3, they're really good. So this is also a difference. There are people that want to work, they really do that, and you can rely on them, and they're responsible, and they take responsiveness for their projects, and you can put them into a process pack, and you are sure if they say it's finished, it's really finished.
Yeah, it's you mentioned this work-life balance. I completely buy into that. In the 90s or 2000s, early 2000s, it was basically you go to the office or to the laboratory 8 o'clock in the morning, then being in the workplace until late evening, 7, 8 in the evening, and then having a drink and dinner with colleagues at the restaurant around the corner, and basically going home then 10, 11 p.m. and repeat the next day, often throwing the weekends in. And you see with the young generation that this attitude changed.
Yes.
Oh,
yes,
that's interesting.
I think mainly it has changed. And also I've been to the university 3 weeks ago, Friday afternoon, empty.
Really?
There. Really. Few people running around, but in the evening, nothing. Everybody was gone home or whatever. At times when I was at the university Friday afternoon, there was high life. We were finishing our processes, we were finishing our reactions, and then we went for a drink and we had fun, and week was ended at 9, 10, 11 p.m. That's really different. And that was a long time that I've been to the university that have not been there. So it was quite surprising for me to find everything empty and closed, of course. Everything is locked.
Everything is locked, so it's not open anymore. I mean, you remember university as basically a huge open place where I could go whenever I wanted, even in the night hours. So it's locked up.
Labs are all locked up because, well, equipment is a little bit more expensive than our days. And obviously it's necessary to have a coded access for every lab, different in their reliabilities whatsoever. So it's not so easy as in former times it was. But, well, that is a fact. I mean, the problem with that, because if you want to ensure a basic quality system, it's not useful if everybody can step into the lab and have a look into the reaction bottles.
That's true. When we go back to the life habits, I mean, I experienced both worlds, and I realized over the last 20 years that what we did 20 years ago was anything but healthy. And also nowadays, I question very often the productivity when people stay in the office for 16 hours. In my opinion, it's next to impossible to do hard work, especially hard intellectual work for 16 hours straight. I realized that running, for example, you mentioned that the body is built for running, also taking care of proper nutrition habits and social relationships matter a lot. The colleagues that I had 20 years ago very often experienced when they hit their 50s severe episodes with the healthcare system, so they had to take care of their health later on. What's your advice when you look at the young generation and from your life experience, in your opinion, what should they take care of to stay healthy?
Well, as I told already, you have to listen to your own body. You have to find a balance between work, your nutrition, and your sport, whatever sport activity may be. You must not run an Ironman every week. I don't think this is healthy. And by the way, but if you do a little bit of movement
every second week, then
every second week, okay, maybe fine for the first 2 years. And I agree completely with you. It's impossible to do productive work for 16 hours in a lane. This doesn't work. You have to do some changes in between. You have to change between intellectual work, maybe some manual work, if possible, in the lab, or you just go for a walk, or take a telephone call to simply to change the environment. It's also not healthy for the eyes to sit before the computer for hours. I noticed this very, very drastic when I changed from the lab system to the computer at home as a business angel. I needed completely new glasses within a half year. And then I recognized, okay, this cannot be the way. I changed the screens. They're much better now. And I have a look outside the window, which is, fortunately, I can see to the Machfeld Canal, as you see in my picture here. So this is a change in the eye movement, and this makes life easier. Then we go for a coffee. Also, this is important.
Yeah, I realized that in March 2020, life changed a lot before. And I wasn't aware of the severity of the change. I mean, before I always thought I was sitting in front of a computer for almost the entire day. And when I reflected this year about how my life was in 2018 and 19, compared to now, I think there was almost no screen time. The use of mobiles was not that sophisticated 2 to 3 years ago. Computer work, maximum 1 hour per day, and mostly traveling between the meetings, so from one meeting to the next, across the city or via countries, but not sitting in front of a screen. Now, when I think almost every meeting I have is still digital video conferences, and the screen time, when I look at my iPhone, I think it's 8 hours per day. And keeping it's now today we have a recording about 5 hours. I'm really happy that so many people followed the call and say, okay, let's do that. And when I do the post-production, it's screen time again. And when I run my business, I think almost every meeting, I think 90% of the meetings are video conferences. People are just happy that for half an hour meeting with an unclear outcome, especially in the early days of a deal, they rather choose video conferences. Do you see the same trend that video conferences is something that stays?
Yes, I'm quite sure this will stay, because if you use it correctly or efficiently, you really can be much more efficient. You do not have to run across the city or the lab or the building or whatever for short things. So if we do some project updates, which last for maximum half an hour, it would be completely senseless for me to drive 1 hour to Wiener Neustadt, have half an hour in a meeting, and drive 1 hour back again.
But didn't we do that 2 years ago? Wasn't it the normal life 4 years ago to just?
It was, yes. Yeah. Yes, we didn't think of it. It has really changed, and it really saves a lot of time. Useless time, often useless time. But the question is, what are we doing with this time we saved? Is this more to create more free time for us, for ourselves, or are we going to be involved in more projects at the same time to be efficient. But there has to be a balance between fact discussion, which can be done on the screen, no problem. If you are going through a protocol or whatever, you can discuss this, go this through with the partners. They may be wherever, and this must be accompanied by personal meetings where you can discuss problems or strategies. I don't think it's possible to do a strategy meeting in a company via screens.
Mm-hmm.
Because if more than 2 people are talking at the same time, you don't understand anything. And every personal contact is completely missing.
Mm-hmm.
We have a company in our wine cellar doing a strategic meeting once a month, and they're happy to be inside the room, having their 8, 9, 10 people, no phones, no screens, just talking and writing something. Maybe some have a laptop to research some data, but normally they talk with each other, and they've discuss ideas and they validate the ideas within these 10 people, and no calls coming in or everything else. And this is they say it's very important for the culture within the company to keep the contact, the personal contact within the managing team, and also to, of course, to the employees.
Mm-hmm.
So it must be. I think there will be a living together with part of it on the screen and part of real lifetime. And the more international you get, the easier it is, of course, to get some discussions with people being on another continent. It's no problem to organize a meeting with Australia, US, and then Norway for 2 hours with no additional costs and no really expensive traveling times.
When I
also saw that whatever congresses are doing, they will completely change, because you don't see any new things on a congress. You've seen that on newsletters or whatever already. You meet people there, but to meet people, I don't need a huge hall with whatever and a booth. You need some nice living rooms. So I think this will go in this way.
No, I couldn't agree more. When I look at the conference industry, I think 3 years ago, my motivation to go to a conference in principle was getting in touch with the industry and learning about the technology and about new business possibilities. All of that I can do online. So all of that, I think webinars, for example, podcasts, like we started 3 years ago. This year in review recording, people are happy to come online and talk about their developments. What I try to find out is what are the right meetings once or twice a year to meet a lot of people, just for colloquializing, for having a few drinks, for having dinner, and just meeting people in real life. Where do you see the conference industry going to in 2023? What are your trends that you think will happen?
I think there will be a change to some lead speakers, just to have a frame at the beginning, and then there will be what is always called networking, where you can discuss with lots of different people that you never would meet in a set of a video conference, because I do not have a partner from whatever food industry, for example. I wouldn't meet her in our normal business. But if there's after a lead discussion, you have time, and there should be a lot of time to find different groups of people talking together about their ideas. And that's also what I do in looking, what are they doing? This could last 2 or 3 hours, then it's fine, and have some coffee or whatever. I think it will go in this direction. And the big booth with presenting of machineries and so on, this can be done within a company also. If we want to show our technology, everybody's invited to come to our company, to our lab, where everything is set up, everything is done. It can be shown there, and it can be explained there for interested people. And if you only go step by and you go, oh, that's nice, it's green. Last year it was yellow. It doesn't make sense.
That's absolutely true. When I think about diagnostics, big trends in 2023 and onwards, where do you see the diagnostic space going to?
I think diagnostic will get more and more into the mindset of the people. Until now, it was the lab, and you get some value, and the medical doctor says this value is fine or this is not fine. You have to do this or that. And I think that the background of diagnostic, what this means, you have some things in your body, some products, some molecules, and they are quantified. So you measure this is half a kilo or this is 2 grams or whatever, like in the kitchen, and people are going to realize what this really means for their life, and they can actively contribute to their own self-caring by using the diagnostic tools that are available, and they're getting more simple. They're getting more simple and they're getting cheaper. Because it's also a question of amounts. If you do 2 tests a week, it's much more expensive to do 200 tests a week. And the information, and also the information from the medical doctor to say the pharmacies or to every single person will get better. I think there will be an understanding what diagnostic really is. Not only a black box, but it's personal belonging.
What's your opinion? I mean, there was this Theranos. I mean, the company failed, it's clear, but the idea behind it to have a very quick diagnostic tool that diagnoses a lot of diseases in just one go was very promising. Do you think something will be coming in the future so that you have basically we just need a little bit of blood and can diagnose basically everything from all kinds of genetic, non-genetic, every kind of diseases, cancer and stuff like that, just one go without having to deal with a lot of different test kits, laboratories, a lot of different doctors? Do you see such a big breakthrough coming somewhere in the future?
Yes, actually, our inner lab system exactly does this. But the difference in Theranos is we have a blood sampling, the blood collection system, and then in the back end, there's a laboratory with high sensitive validated test systems. And of course, from one blood sample, 5,000 different parameters, this never will work. So this has to be specified. And there must be the technology, validated technology that really can do that. The idea, of course, was great. And they did not fail because of the idea, so they simply failed because they did not have the technical equipment behind it. They could not analyze what they promised. It's a simple question of technology.
Yeah, they didn't tell anybody.
They sold it really fine.
The selling story was great, and I think also the involvement of big investors was great, but actually they didn't just tell people what the reality of the status of the technology is. Maybe things would have been different if they just said it's a concept, so we have the idea, we just need to figure out how to solve it. I still believe in 2018, 19, 17, 16, the years before, a lot of people would have invested anyways, but just telling in one book I read about venture capital, premature truth, it's a little bit tricky sometimes.
I mean, to take it seriously, the development of a highly sensitive test system takes 2 to 3 months to be validated. If you're very quick, if you're very effective, and you have very good connections to the notified bodies that have to certify the thing, which is also
for one biomarker, basically. So it's just
for one biomarker. So if you have 10, you need 30-month manpower. However, and of course, good equipment, and this also costs a lot of money.
Yeah,
what we are doing on our through a bulk platform is exactly setting up one parameter after the other to be able to extract the parameters from the sample collection kit we have to give reliable results. This will be built up within the next 2, 3, 4 years.
Mm. Yeah, it would be great to have that. Albert, let's pull the next speaker in. We are at 2 p.m.
Yeah, sure.
And we have now Lina Toro and Mauricio Agudelo from Bialtec. I hope I pushed the right button. And promote Lina and Mauricio now to speakers. It's really good to see you. Maybe we can wrap it up.
Thank you very much for being invited.
So it's here they are. Lina,
Hello.
Mauricio. Good to see you.
Good to see you too.
Good to see you again.
Good to see you.
Brief introduction. Albert Missbichler is a business angel from Austria, Vienna. We were just talking about diagnostics, and Lina and Mauricio, maybe you can give an introduction about what you do.
Yeah, we are working to support the production of animal protein in a more sustainable way. Our approach is design and produce the next generation of feed additives, we call microbiomes. So we design a complete microbiome according with a diet and with a breed of the animals. The idea is to improve the absorption of nutrients, replace antibiotics, growth promoters, and even reduce the emission and greenhouse gases. All of these focus on improve the gut and the microbiome in the gut. So we are producing microbiomes in the lab, and we standardize them, we microencapsulate them, and then we transfer to animals.
How do you do that?
Yeah, we have these 4 technological units, this fermentation. So we cultivate microbial communities that are the microbiomes, but also we have the sequencing, genomic part when we standardize the different genes and community involved in this microbiome. Also, we have artificial intelligence when we use to predict different approach in the fermentation process, and even how this microbiome can we work in the field according with different variables. And finally, we have the microencapsulation technology when we can protect active principles such as microbiomes to protect against thermal and digestive processes until they reach the gut and release there in a controlled way. Yeah, basically the short part. But yeah, it's very challenging, this process.
I believe that. Albert, it was a pleasure seeing you today. I wish you Merry Christmas and a good start into the next year, and let's catch up soon.
Also the best from my side. Have nice holidays. Good luck for next year. Bye.
See you.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
See you.
So let's just see that I've changed the role of Albert back to attendee. Yeah, now we are back. So as far as I understand your technology, you produce the microbiomes in the labs, and how do you get that back in the animal then? Is it via nutrition basically? It's
well, we'll start with feces, matter. This is the starter of the broth. And from there, we start to develop this novel fermentation process and to understand and standardize. Yeah.
And it's really tailor-made. So it's tailor-made for different animals, different outcomes. How much difference do you see between when you compare traditional nutrition and your nutrition? What are the big differences that you see?
Yeah, and now we are improving the digestibility of the dry matter. Yeah, as you mentioned before, it's very tailor-made product or feed additive, and it depends on the raw material that you are using in the diet. So what we are seeing here with this new technology, we started with the combination of different strains like probiotics, but then we keep moving on and start with the microbiomes with more complex communities and see how the digestibility of the dry matters change time by time in the fermentation process. So what we are doing is adapting this microbiome to this diet in the time, like evolving the microbiome in order to become more efficient with this specific diet. And one of the ways to measure this is through the digestibility of the nutrients, and all other way to measure is through the genomic part to standardize what we are getting in the fermentation process. Mm-hmm. And then in the animal, we are improving also the feed conversion ratio is the main goal, in the variable that we measure in field, and also replace antibiotics growth promoters. We are still working on that, improve the cost of the diet and maximizing the diet. What we're expecting with this is by time improve the efficiency or the next generation of microbiomes. So it has a huge potential, we see, because we can change some raw material, for example, increase a little bit more fiber, and in the lab evolve this microbiome to become more efficient or to express the genes involved in this kind of hydrolysis or conversion of these fibers instead of the normal carbohydrates part.
It's a great development. When we think about 2022, what were your big challenges for your companies?
We had really huge challenges from different aspects, from the sales part, also from the market. We need to connect with the pain of the customers, the animal protein producers, and try to find a good solution, a novel solution that, because now this industry, the feed industry, is really full of different competitors and different companies, huge companies that are offering a lot of different solutions. So it's really important to go deeper with the pain of the client, to see how we can transform the way that they are using the animal nutrition. And that was the biggest challenge that we have in 2020, to keep evolving also as a company, as a startup. And for sure, the technical side is also a huge challenge. We hire people, very high-skilled professional in fermentation process and sequencing, and all of these technical and market challenges is the kind of problem that we want to solve. So,
but I also would add, in a not technical situation, this whole crisis we had all over the world, because it was difficult to determine which was going to be the selling price for our product, because we didn't have like a lot of we weren't really certain about which were the prices of our raw materials, because every month they were changing. So I would say that was, for me, for example, in my role as the CFO, to face for 2022, which was the cost behavior. It was such a pain, I would say.
How did you tackle that problem as a CFO?
Well, what we did, it was like we were considering different suppliers from all over the world, and also we had to consider new logistics for transportation for the raw materials. And well, Colombian government also made a lot of decisions trying to favor all the difficulties that we are local producers were facing. So we took advantage of all these national policies and also international trades. So yeah, still we had to fix the price, which is not very good in animal industry because we are all in the same crisis. So if you had to make an adjustment in your final product price, then the market is going to feel it too. And then we were kind of feeling insecure about doing this change in the price of the product. But then the market accepted it because it's not just a normal feed additive what we're offering right now, but something really tailor-made, which is really offering them the opportunity to, at the same time, share these benefits to their final customers. So it's like, when we understand what's the pain of our client, as Mauricio was telling, and then we give them a solution, a tailor-made solution, then it's kind of difficult for them to switch your value proposition to any other supplier. So yeah, but however, we made our best to not to affect our customers in this subject.
Which inflation rates did you observe in your environment? How high were they?
Well, they were actually some rates that increased in 170%.
170? 170, wow.
Yeah. So we had to really deal with it, but not all the raw materials or not all the supplies, but then we had to really make a huge turnaround in many of our processes and stuff to being able to face the situation.
I think in Europe, the biggest cost driver was energy prices. I think the average was 400-500% increase. And I think at the peak, it was up to 1,400%, if I remember it right. What about the energy prices in Colombia? How are they? Nothing?
In South America, we didn't feel it that way. Yeah. Let's say that the biggest impact was in the material costs and the transportation costs. But energy, well, maybe fuel but electricity, we didn't feel it.
I'm curious to learn more from your perspective. When I think about transportation, I read very often in the news that there is has been almost no capacity in the last 2 years to ship goods around the world. How did you experience the transportation sector in your industry? You said that you purchase globally, basically. So what was your perception of transportation capacity?
Well, huge companies such as FedEx or DHL, they had to change a lot of their policies about which goods they're receiving for transporting. And they're also changing, of course, the prices and all the logistics and everything. But they told us, like, with enough time for us to plan our costs in advance. So it was easy for us to work with it. And with different freight cargoes, they also informed us about the issues they were facing like months before. And then we had to change because we used to plan our transportation like 2 months, 3 months in advance. Now we had to plan like 9 months in advance.
9 months.
Yeah, because you have to consider, like, not right now, but like at the beginning of 2022, it was like, yeah, and at the end of 2021, we had to make plans for a long-term perspective. Now it's getting like normal again, kind of, and yeah, but in logistics, we had to change the term we were making our plans.
What about, I remember our podcast that you also had plans to come to Europe, create a subsidiary. How did that project evolve?
That was good. We could establish or set up our business there. Now we have a BV company a Dutch company.
Yeah.
You didn't come to Austria. Such a pity.
Yet, not yet.
Not yet. Yeah, we have some room. We would need you.
Okay.
Yes, even now we are thinking about or starting the possibility to transfer the IP. For sure, we are going to create the IP in Europe because we want to produce there also and develop some technologies and products there for the European market. But further, we are thinking to move IP from Colombia to Europe and become our European company as a mother company or the headquarters. Yeah, and it's something that we are thinking about. We need to sleep on it.
What were your biggest learnings creating a subsidiary in Europe while having the headquarters in Colombia?
There were plenty of them.
Yeah. I think Lina was more involved in the technical process. Of create this company. So I think you can talk.
Well, the biggest learning is that we have to understand that are very different cultures, South American and European ones. So for us, it was just registering the company. What took like a month and a half.
Yeah, that was fast for Europe.
And then they were asking for a lot of papers and a lot of information, which we're not used to it, but then we faced it the best way we could. We also we did the process by being consulted with a Dutch company. So it made the process easier. And then opening the bank account was even harder. So it was like, wow, if it's just the beginning, what's going to be the rest of the story, you know?
Yeah. But I think the setup, the company was normal, easy and faster, but the bank account, it was really challenging. And one of the things that made that harder was because the owner of the Dutch company is a Colombian company. And the owner of the Colombian company are two entrepreneurs and another company. Another company. So it takes a lot of papers.
Cap table from the whole structure made the banks to really had to analyze a lot. It took months to have this bank account, but finally we did it. So we're now finally starting to move our process and starting to move the office in the Netherlands.
What should, in your opinion, what should be better to make it more easy for entrepreneurs who want to create a subsidiary in Europe? Which 3 improvements would you recommend if you had a chance to talk to a politician and he asks this question?
I think to find a good advisor, people that were in that field. And as it's gonna be easier if you are a natural person who is the owner of the company instead of have
a company.
Company
owning the business.
Really? Is there such a difference between?
It's a huge difference.
It's a huge one.
If it's just a person, then you can have a bank account in 1 week.
Really?
If there's a company involved, then it will take months.
Why? Your opinion, why is that so tricky?
Well, I think it's because of the Sorloft policies, because people have to, like the banks and the government have to take care of themselves about terrorism and money laundering and stuff like that. And by doing this, it's harder to reach the information from companies than from natural peoples, you know. So
but I always thought it doesn't matter really if it's a person or if it's a limited company that owns it, because the process is pretty much the same, and it goes much faster, much quicker for people than for the entities.
Because yeah, it's because people are findable, you know, they're touchable, and then it's fine. It's easier to have information about normal people, but about companies and abroad, which is our case, it's harder for the local governments and local banks to find some information about our commercial behavior, if we're doing the right businesses and stuff like that.
Yeah, and it depends how big is the owner company. If you are a startup and you are opening a subsidiary or a daughter company, so they need to take a look to the final owners, and maybe it takes more time. But if you are a big company, I think also it's going to be easier. But it's more for the financial part, for the bank account.
Yeah.
Because the Chamber of Commerce, you can just create this agreement and present, and it's not too difficult.
Yeah, but regarding your question about these three advices I would give to local governments, we respect local policies, and we understand that European countries have to take care a lot of how is business running in every country. So it's like the only advice I would give the different authorities or these organizations that are all the time promoting foreign companies to open their businesses in European countries, to be more clear about this situation, about these conditions, because when we were discussing about which country are we going to have our subsidiary, if it's going to be Austria or if it's going to be the Netherlands or Germany, France, Spain, none of them said about the conditions if you had this cap table with a company owning your own company. So it's like, I think it's lack of information while taking the decision. But afterwards, if those are the rules, then you just have to follow them.
Yeah, I always thought it's easy when you have set up the company. So when incorporated the legal entity, then going to the bank is just a matter of a few hours to get a bank account and can start transferring funds into your legal entity. Because basically in 2022, we have a lot of advancements in fintech. And now I learned with your conversation that there is still two-step process. So you have first to face the hurdle of creating the legal entity. And then there's a second hurdle, which means creating a bank account. Did I get the right understanding? So this is basically for non-Europeans, a huge challenge.
No, actually, opening the bank account, the issue is for Europeans and non-Europeans. So it's like, yeah, the registration of the company, it might be harder if you come from abroad, but the opening of the bank account, it will take a lot of time, no matter where you're from.
I just wondered if
actually we made the process as being Dutch.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just wondered, maybe just set up a PayPal account and use the PayPal account for a company. It's a matter of a few hours. So basically, when we think about 2023. Where do you see the food industry, your industry, heading towards?
Yeah, I think the industry is growing and it will keep growing. We have big challenges to solve, such as reduce the use of cereals, reduce the emissions, the greenhouse gases, the menu. And also reduce the additives that can have side effects like antibiotics, or just to talk about the animal protein field, that is where we are. But in general terms, I think it's keep growing. But the people are more conscious about the sustainability and try to how we can produce enough animal protein to nourish this growing population. So and how to reduce the cost is very important now. The raw material is high, and I think it's keep high because the war and different things put high prices for important raw materials like corn or other sources of protein. So the challenge is how we can produce more with less natural resources in more sustainable way. And yeah, I think there are too many startups and companies and huge companies innovating in that field, looking at what they need to do in order to improve that efficiency. And happily, we will find good solution, novel solution. So yeah, it's what I expect for the next year.
What's your expectations, Lina, for the financial part of the business? Where do you see the industry heading to in regards to logistics, price development, inflation?
Well, we are all going to keep having the same problems we had this year concerning the raw material costs. Actually, when you were talking about this different protein alternatives earlier with Lina, I think it was this German girl, it's like, yeah, we're no matter which kind of protein you're offering to the market, we're all going to face exactly the same problem with the costs and the logistics. And it all began with COVID. And now it's with this Russia-Ukraine situation. Even in South America, we're feeling it really strong with the costs of the raw materials. And 2023, it's not going to be very different. So we have to be very creative, and we have to be very serious about the possibility to keep offering some solutions to the market that can be actually affordable for everyone. Because it's not only about producing, because the human population is increasing. It's also how their familiar economy is also evolving, and we have to understand that. So all the time we have to be monitoring all the costs all over the world. How can we find some solutions that can reach the different tables everywhere?
That sounds great. Lina and Mauricio, let's pull the next speaker in. It's Kimberley Cornfield from the UCL. So I can make a brief introduction. So it will take a few seconds until, here she is. Hi, Kimberley, good to see you.
Hi, good to see you. Happy holidays. I've just caught the end, sort of the last 10-15 minutes or so of this chat, which has been really interesting to hear about your company and coming to Europe.
That's great.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Kimberley, maybe you can introduce you a little bit, give a little bit of background to what you do in London.
Yeah, so it's Canadian accent. So I'm originally from Canada, but now also British. And I am assistant director at UCL for project development and management. And I'm head of our European Research and Innovation Office. So my team and I are responsible for all of UCL's European funded research, in particular, this Horizon 2020 program and Horizon Europe. So the successive program is Horizon Europe, which has about 95.5 billion available for Europe research and innovation actors, as well as across the world as well, for the next 7 years, so starting in 2021. And our portfolio is around 475 million from the previous program, and now inclusive into the new program, which also is Horizon Europe guarantee funding at the moment. So we still have the situation. My challenge of the year has been the UK's position in Europe and association to our research and funding program.
What would life be without challenges?
Exactly. I would say I'm learning something new every day, and I'm not bored.
That's a good thing. Kimberley, one question before we say Happy New Year to Lina and Mauricio. I know the UCL has a few researchers, so I think it minimum 10 or 20. Just kidding. So are you aware of researchers that do something in animal nutrition? Is this a part at the UCL research community?
Off the top of my head, I can't sort of think of someone indirectly or directly, but I imagine, yes, we've got a bit of everything, and then interdisciplinary nature too. So it might be some area that is not what we wouldn't first think of as well. So if there's interest, of course, in connecting, I'd be happy to look into that.
Lina, Mauricio, I wish you a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year, and thank you very much for being part of today's recording show.
Okay, thank you all.
Happy New Year.
Bye-bye.
See
Merry
you soon.
Christmas.
Bye. See you.
Bye.
So now I have to find the way back. Yeah, here it is. Kimberley, how is it going? Where are you currently? Are you in Canada or are you in London?
I'm still in London at the moment. So, and I'll be headed to Belgium for Christmas. So I'm going to the continent for Christmas this year.
Yes, it's a short. How long is the trip to Belgium?
Just 2 hours by train. So very smooth, usually.
By train. So you go via France and then.
Exactly. Yes. I take the Eurostar, the Channel.
Kimberley, what were your highlights in 2022?
It's been quite it's been quite a year. I think, I was thinking about this before, in preparation for today and speaking with you. And I think it's really it's been the people and our continued submission and successes in Horizon Europe, despite delayed the UK's delayed association to the program and the challenges that has brought on. But I can still see just my direct team and how we're working across the organization, but also with our European collaborators, that a lot of exciting research and innovation in this space continues to take place, and just how the people working with people and how we've come together, it's just really been, I think, my highlight for the year. Sorry.
No, go ahead.
We had what I've just had a look at our recent stats is we've actually seen an increase in collaborative projects being submitted in 2021 to the Horizon program compared to, and more in 2022. And I think that's been really, especially, there's a lot of uncertainty, but actually people are continuing to work together, and even more so this year.
Do you see an uptake in real life meetings, or is the Horizon community still more or less virtual?
I've seen an uptake back in face-to-face meetings, and I think it's finding that balance. So when we can, I do see sort of more conscious approach to travel, so to minimize our environmental impact and what we can do. So when do we need to meet in person, and when can it be done virtually? But I think it's really great to see, particularly these collaborative projects, being able to come back and meet in person. I think that has a lot of added value. So sometimes it's good to meet virtually, but a lot of times it's still important to meet in person. So I'm seeing more and more again, which is great.
What is your optimal balance from your experience between virtual and real life? Where do you see the advantages of both worlds and the challenges of both worlds?
Yes, I think I'm very conscious of sort of what I travel to now. So I really sort of think about what's going to be the greatest value add. So conferences, and if you've got a particular challenge or project that you're working on, sometimes that face-to-face is when you really need to come together, or returning to the office. So my team and I, we're still hybrid. So we come together once a week. Every Wednesday we come in and we meet and we work together in the office there. And you can come in more, but it's sort of a set day as sort of a teaming day across our department. And I think that's a really nice balance. We might come in a couple of days in a week, but that ability to still come in together and meet with the team, but have some, but be able to also have that virtual. I think that's a really nice, the hybrid world, but it's tough to find the balance. So I think we're still learning.
Yeah, that's true. I think life changed completely. The great thing, in my opinion, is that models like this one, a podcast, video podcast, webinars, was next to impossible implementing 3 years ago before the pandemic. Now it's a no-brainer. Whenever I ask someone, do you want to join, I get a yes. So I'm very happy about that. 3 years ago, before March 2020, whenever I asked someone if they would like to be on a podcast, they just look at me and say, why? What's the benefit? Where do you see the benefits of the virtual world in your work environment?
I think it just gives it's time and energy. So what you can reduce sort of from commuting time as well for a team, it allows people to have more time with their family, use that time maybe more for a health benefit, whether you start your day with yoga as opposed to getting onto a tube in rush hour, and sort of flexibility as well. A lot of my team and myself are not originally from London, so can we, be able to work in different places for sort of, even if it's a small amount of time, but just to create that. I think it's still an effort. Once work's in the home all the time, you've got to make sure that you create that boundary or balance. But I think the hybrid solution, if you get it right, can really help in that.
Yeah, and you don't need to go shopping very often. You can just throw on your old suit. Nobody realizes that with a camera. And whenever I go to a real life meeting, it quickly shows. But I agree to that. It was just a bad joke. I agree to that. But to say that it's, I think, when we think about emissions, CO2 emissions, I think the hybrid world or the virtual world has an advantage, less traveling. A lot of meetings, especially in the beginning of a work relationship, can be done virtually, in my opinion.
Yes.
Where do you see, when we switch now, when we shift gears and talk about, you mentioned Horizon program, what's going on in the Horizon world?
Well, yesterday we had an announcement from the UK government that they have extended the guarantee. So maybe for some of the listeners that don't know what that means, is we're in this interesting limbo stage of, it's called associating. So we can participate, UK organizations, in proposals as a beneficiary. Mm-hmm. The tricky part could have been around the funding. So until we associate, so we're in the process of associating, which allows us to participate in the proposals, but we haven't yet associated finally. So the funding can't come from the EU budget. But we have a guarantee, a financial safety net that was set up by the UK government to fund UK participation in all proposals. So while we're still waiting to see whether we're going to associate, we do have this financial safety net, which has now just been announced. It's going to go at least until the end of March 2023. So the funding doesn't carry on until the end of March. That continues for the lifetime of the awards. But anyone that's putting in proposals, whether it's European Research Council grant, collaborative grants, are guaranteed. So that's the biggest update at the moment, while we sort of still continue in this will we, won't we associate.
So basically you can participate in European research programs like before?
Yes. From a practical perspective, if there's a UK organization or researcher that are applying, it's sort of business as usual. And then it's teams like mine that try to make that process as smooth as possible. You still get the money. It's just the direct source and how that's managed for the UK changes, but not for the rest of our European partners.
And what about the leading role in projects? Is it still possible that, for example, UCL files for a Horizon program, or do you need a workaround with a European entity?
So we include that in a risk plan. Sort of, I remain a cautious optimist. So if somebody, say it's a UCL researcher, and say they're really driving the idea, this is their intellectual property background, their research, they can still coordinate. We just had someone win a coordinated bid at UCL in the last couple of weeks. However, when it comes to signing off the agreement with the Commission, the European Commission, if we haven't associated by then, we do have to relinquish that role and pass that to hopefully one of our European collaborators in the project is able to take that on. So it's, but the academic themselves can remain a scientific lead. So how we position that and how it's still managed, we can kind of carry on for the most part as you would have. It's just sort of the legal entity that is coordinating it has to change. So unfortunately, but we are still winning some coordinated bids, and we were able to keep one because it was a COVID emergency grant through the European Commission. So we were actually the emergency fund that funding still comes direct from European Commission. So we've been able to maintain that coordination on that project called NVOC. So they're looking at variants of concern from COVID-19.
That's good to hear. That's good to hear. You have to do in your daily life a lot with researchers from all disciplines. Curious, and especially with novel research and with new findings and new discoveries, let's call it that way. What are the 3 biggest trends that you see in research that are currently ongoing and will change the world in the future?
I think it's interdisciplinary. So really incorporating, I think if we look at STEM, say we take STEM, say engineering, medical, life and medical sciences, how do we incorporate in a meaningful way social sciences and historical sciences? So bringing those disciplines together, I think if we're looking at, a lot of the research funding is in the space of global challenges and the SDGs, and there's increasing importance in bringing these different spaces together, but in a really meaningful way. And that goes in the reverse too. If you've got sort of social sciences, is how to, bringing in STEM sciences together. So that would be one. Cross sector. So I think, really to achieve impact, we need to work across our different sectors. So if we just take research and research entities and businesses, and I think we really need to increase that collaboration, but also figure, we've had a lot of conversations in the past of when do you bring together, when do you match up these organizations at which stage of research development, which I still find really interesting. And it's that impact. So I'm really, my team helps right from a concept of an idea and a European call, and even bringing in different partners, but looking at how can you support throughout that whole pipeline to get that post-project impact. And so when do you collaborate with companies, which companies, and how do you do that? So I think that's going to be, a continuing trend. So the interdisciplinary and cross-sector. And then the third is global. I think more and more global collaboration. We have a lot to learn from each other. And a lot of these, if we're looking at sort of climate issues, while some areas are more adversely affected than others, there are shared challenges there. We've had the flooding and heat waves. And so I think those are my sort of 3 areas that I would say will be continuing focus, especially around funding. If you're looking to get funded, I think, especially in sort of larger scale, or if your research is around sort of global challenges, that would be what you need to do.
Yeah, climate change needs a lot of sorting. I think there is a lot of awareness on the topic, but sometimes I have the feeling that I get contradicting messages via social media and in the news. I think it's good that a lot of research is going on. You mentioned the one word, interdisciplinary, and said that it's important to bring social science to the table. Where do you see the advantages to marry traditional sciences with social sciences?
Well, I'll give an example, actually. So this is one of, I would say, something that was really very interesting that launched this year. UCL is the host institution, and it's called PEARL. So it's a Person Environment Activity Research Laboratory. That's what it stands for. But it explores the way people interact with the environment. And I think that's an example of behavioral science. Maybe not this one will have a lot of research. So this is essentially, they've got life-size environments. So railway station, town square, so you can control the conditions and see how individuals will or collective people react with that. And that sort of makes me think to, psychology, behavioral sciences, and sort of how, if we're adapting to climate change or you're developing a drug treatment. And so how people and what has happened in the past of historical sciences as well, I think can really help inform how do you approach your research, what are the potential impacts, and how to achieve greater positive impact with those sciences. We've had previous projects as well that they've looked at fairy tales, and
it's fairy tales.
Yes, they looked at fairy tales as for natural medicinal properties, I think would be sort of how to say it. So if a fairy tale written about a certain, say, vegetable or flower, actually has that come from something, and can we incorporate that in medical sciences? So that was sort of a very interesting, I thought, as an example.
What was the outcome of this project? I'm curious.
So they did find something now, but it was from a marketing perspective on the larger companies, didn't feel that consumers would be interested or comfortable buying a product that incorporated a certain vegetable or fungus or flower. I can't remember the exact details around the project, but it's one that just sticks to my mind of how you can incorporate literature and fairy tales into modern day life and medical science.
Yeah, I think that there's a lot of culture built around in Asia. I think traditional Chinese medicine is basically using natural products and just observing how they change the body composition. And amazingly, I mean, we have afterward we have Collin Ewald on the call. He's very much involved in longevity research, and what I find amazing is that very often what I learned 20, 30 years ago when I did studies in martial arts and got a little bit, not very much, introduced to the world of TCM, that nowadays a lot of scientific studies verify these approaches. This is really amazing. So I think fairy tales, maybe there might be really some hidden information in there to find new medicine.
Yeah, I think it's really interesting. I mean, it's sort of, I love the creativity and thinking outside of the box and bringing, there's lots of really interesting research or knowledge. And I think sort of just as a growing trend to really bring that together, to come up with new ideas or things we didn't realize and can really support each other.
That's great. When we think about the Horizon program again and look towards 2023, what is coming towards the research community in 2023?
So the European Commission has also just released the 2023 and 2024 work programs. So we know what's coming. And on my team's website, we do have a page which directs you to the European Commission's work programs. So that's exciting. And also, so you can look ahead for 2023. We're encouraging our colleagues to continue to apply, especially now that we have this continued guarantee from the government. But there's a lot of interesting health calls coming up. Those deadlines for the collaborations are around March and April. And what's also great about 2-year work programs is you can have a look at 2024, especially if you're new to getting involved into this, because there's such a big endeavor and undertaking. You do have time to start building up to that and into 2024. So, and then I hope we have a decision on Horizon Europe Association, but I think I've grown accustomed to living into uncertainty. So if we don't, and we just keep. It's sort of a lesson as well as what's within your control and what's not, and just being ready to react to and respond to whatever opportunity, and I think quite quickly. So just being prepared, whatever way it goes, just being ready for it.
The world is ever changing and it doesn't stop. So it's you mentioned the Horizon Europe work program for 2023. Is there? Let me ask it this way. Which topic in the work program excites you the most?
There's so many. I mean, I would say I'm really interested in the climate and the interdisciplinarity of climate research. So where it goes in with health, where it comes in with digital technologies, energy. So it's really, I mean, I think every sort of program is hitting on climate. We do have a lot of expertise around rare diseases at UCL. So there are upcoming calls that will allow you to apply for funding related to rare diseases. So that's always exciting for us, because then we get, you know, my team and I will get a lot of proposals coming through addressing various rare diseases.
You mentioned climate change. I heard, I think it was 2 weeks ago, that there was a breakthrough in nuclear fission, so that basically we can simulate now the sun on Earth. Did you hear about that?
I did, yes. I'm not so up to speed on all the details, but I know it's been a big moment and a lot of, I think, excitement now for what that could mean and where we can go with that now in the next stages in research.
I just heard it a buzzword, but I think one sentence that caught my attention was unlimited. The possibility in near future to have limitless energy at zero expenses. Is this really? Did you hear?
It's a game changer to a whole other level. Potentially.
Yeah, wouldn't it solve a lot of problems? I mean, especially it's emission free. Is it really the case? I mean, didn't do much research. I was hoping that you have some more information from the UCL.
I don't have too much more. If I've understood right, you get more energy back than you put in. Mm-hmm. That's something I've heard. But again, don't quote me. I haven't spoken to our researchers about it. I just also picked it up in the news, sort of an end of year sort of high note, I think, for us all.
Yeah, this would be I think for Europe, this would be the end of the energy crisis if we get something like that, hopefully somewhere in future.
Yes, and even if it just gives us a bit of hope right now to go into sort of carry on through the winter and into 2023 as we find out more what this means and what the possibilities from this are.
When we look towards 2023, what change would you like to see in 2023?
Well, it's been a hard couple of years, 3 years. I think I was just thinking this is the third time I've been able to join you for this, which is great. Mm-hmm. But I remember the first one was 2020. So we've been through the pandemic. 2021, where we're just going into Omicron. Mm-hmm. And plus all of that's happened within Europe this year has been really challenging. So I would really hope for a bit more calm, you know, and just a bit, yeah, I would like it to be a bit of a calmer, more positive year globally. It might, you know, all of this is, I suppose, is happening because it will lead us to that place. But I hope for a calmer 2023 globally.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I couldn't agree more. I think the world, I mean, there were changes, but the world seemed to be, in hindsight, more predictable before 2020. It was not change every few months, a major change.
You know, I'm just sort of, I can't predict anything anymore, and maybe growing comfortable with that. But yeah, just maybe things can come together in a way that is just a bit less chaotic, somewhat more predictable, perhaps. I just sort of feel it's been quite relentless, like the challenge after challenge, and now nothing really surprises me. I say that, but I don't think anything surprises me anymore.
We have seen it all now.
Yeah. So, yeah, just some calm. That would be nice for 2023, some predictability.
Is there any drama that we didn't check off in the last 3 years? Is there anything that
I can't think. I mean, probably there's something. What are those? The unknown unknowns. There's probably an unknown unknown in there, and we probably missed off a known unknown.
Yeah, I think in Europe we have seen maybe for 2024 in the US, the next presidential election will be very interesting. I think it's 2024, isn't it?
Yeah, that's true. That's coming up.
So I'm curious then. Let's see what happens then. Kimberley, Collin is already in the waiting room. Should we call him in?
Yes, great.
So promotes to panelist. Hi, Collin. Good to see you.
Hey, good to see you.
How are you doing?
Great. I admire you've been sitting there for the whole time. No break, no nothing. So I think you're doing great there.
No break yet. Let's see. We have 1.5 hours to go. So it's over. It's over Zoom. Collin, how is life in Switzerland these days?
I would say it's good. We had lots of snow here in Zurich a couple of days ago, and now it gets really warm, which I don't like because I will go skiing and snowboarding over Christmas, and now the snow is melting, and I'm getting really, really worried. But these are minor problems, but still, I look forward to the holidays.
Summer is coming back in Switzerland over the holidays.
Yeah, hopefully not.
I saw it also in Vienna on the weather forecast that we get 10, 11, 12 degrees.
We're 14 here in London today. And last week I prefer the colder weather as well, Collin. It's a bit warm.
It's really amazing because it was minus degrees, right? We had -8, -10, -3, and now it's warming up again. Right.
Collin, what were your highlights in 2022?
Well, as an academic researcher, of course, my highlights are, publishing really cool papers.
What was your coolest paper?
The coolest paper was actually one that took 9 years to get out and publish, right? So these are these journeys you do as an academic. So as we started in 2013 and looking how when you reduce mTOR signaling, which is better known, like if you take a drug like rapamycin, right? Mm. The mTOR kinase is really important for aging and longevity, and some people are already taking it, right? And there's a lot of research done on that important kinase, and we know that reduce TOR signaling, you activate autophagy, which is recycling. But one part was not understood is like you also reduce protein translation, and so it took us really 9 years to figure out how that actually works and how the mTOR downregulation signals across cell types, right? Because you look at whole organism. So we figured out then that there's a special pathway activated and actually works to hydrogen sulfate, which is really surprising, right? And so this hydrogen sulfate actually signals across tissue and gives you all the health benefits, which we can maybe talk later a little bit more. But that was really, a long winding road down, lots of dead ends, and we're really happy that Finish managed and we were finally able to publish it.
9 years, 9 years. How was the work process to keep motivated for 9 years to keep the work behind the publication going?
Yeah, I started this as a postdoctoral researcher at Harvard, and everything looked good, but you want to figure out the mechanism, right? And always you think like, just a little bit more, this experiment, that experiment, then you have it, right? And you just keep on it and come up with new ideas. And I was almost giving up on it until I met another researcher, Alban Longchamp. He is at the University of Lausanne. He's a clinician, and he said, I think it's working through this transcription factor ATF4, which is an activation transcription factor, really important for homeostasis, right? And I said, yeah, all right, you know what? I prepare the experiment. I bring it over to your lab. It's only a short train ride, about 3 hours from Zurich to Lausanne. You guys try to do the experiments, and it just worked out, and everything started to fall in place. And so that's why you get the new Schubert into these kind of projects and move it forward across the finish line.
Kimberley, what's going on in the longevity research at UCL? Do you have also a specialization in that area?
I do not in our Horizon portfolio. That's why I'm really interested to hear more about your work, Collin, and what you're doing. And really 9 years, I was going to say that takes a lot of patience and dedication to keep that going. So really interesting that this another researcher sort of inspired you to keep going.
Yeah, and so that is also how science works, right? Because you talk with other scientists, and during the pandemic, there was, it's not really happening. Now finally we have meetings and conferences again and exchange ideas, right? And you struggle with something and suddenly somebody has a cool idea. But I'm also curious, why you think there is no, weight relates to aging research in your areas, or why do you ask? Because I think aging research is coming more and more up, right? And there are different programs there. And so I'm just curious also to hear from you. So I can ask questions.
Go ahead.
Absolutely. Well, we do have our Institute of Healthy Aging at UCL, so we do have a lot of research, and I think there is more and more happening in that space. And I think especially if we're looking at we're living longer and sort of that impact as well. So there is, there is research funding in that space of that impact. I think there's an economic impact that research, that where research funding is looking at that as well. And I think it's going to, it's increasingly, as you say, becoming more and more important.
And so how are these topics selected? Is it, public interest, or is it coming from the politicians, or or is it just the money flow?
It's a lot of work goes in behind the scenes to prepare the work programs with politicians, with bringing on experts. I think individuals and organizations and researchers themselves will lobby for funding a specific topic, and then they do them for 2 years, and hopefully I think in the long term having that funding flow to build on those successes as well. I know that that's something more and more of a focus. The commission has this mission-oriented approach. The one around health is on cancer, but it's sort of to try and link up these projects and build and support each other, building on as well. So I think I'm really keen to see more research, more funding that supports sort of those next phases of development, or continuing what we've got on. But yeah, just a lot of work in the backdrop on the European Commission side to pull together those topic areas.
And one more thing I wanted to ask, because I'm just curious, you mentioned interdisciplinary research, right? And from my side, in work, I'm a biologist, right? And ETH Zurich, it's a technical university. We have lots of engineers, right? And so for me as a biologist, talking to engineers or talking to mathematicians, because we also had a paper, we had computation, we have mathematics, we had engineering, we had physics, and we had biology, right? And they're completely different languages. So it's like, me speaking, German, the other person would speaking French, or it's completely different language, a completely different mindset. How do you bridge these, and how do you translate and start the communication between the different disciplines?
It's a really good point. And it's somewhat, I would say, part of what I do. I've done it a lot on the cross-sector element. So when businesses approach us, and how to connect. So we get pitch decks, and I say, can you, instead of a pitch deck, can you give me a paragraph of what you want to do or what the research is? And then you can send this to, and I will send the pitch deck still to academics, and then across disciplines as well. I've done less of the mixing across disciplines directly, as I've done more on the cross sector, which is learning the different languages. But it's challenging. And I think when my team, they help put these proposals together, I think we have a common language that has to be applied in these instances for what we're involved in, which is the EU language. So it's sort of, you bring in everyone's different languages, and then we try and help put it together into an EU proposal and this sort of EU language. I think that's one way where we're doing that, but it's definitely a challenge. Can I ask a question? Have you been involved in any sort of European collaborations or funding?
Yeah, it got really difficult for Switzerland, right?
Oh, of course, sorry. there's some, we have a sort of special connection on that point.
Yeah, no, I wish. And it's really sad to see that I mean, it's a great loss for Switzerland, also for research, and I think also vice versa. I think the communication between the European and the Swiss research institution should be established again. But I'm not following that closely anymore.
That's more about what I'm following more closely. And we collaborate a lot with ETH Zurich and a number of other Swiss institutions. And so we've got sort of between the UK and the Switzerland at the moment, there's a shared challenge and understanding.
Yeah, but coming back to your question, there is this extra matrix and aging network that's also coming from an aging network coming also from the UK. And there I'm acting as an advisor on the advisory board. And, coming up with these initiatives, what I learned, it's very hard to state the mission statement, right? First you do this gap analysis, where's the gap in knowledge? And then you try to formulate a mission statement, giving with all the expertise and leverage you have from the individual groups, right? And so I think this is very challenging to move this forward.
But talking about longevity research, what were the big breakthroughs in the longevity research that you saw in 2022? Besides your great research, where is this area heading to?
Yeah, I mean, I'm honestly not so happy with the longevity research because it's at the moment still there's no clear vision or where to go, and also for the assessment of the different findings, because I mean there are really cool breakthroughs, right? Mm-hmm. But sometimes the way it's read out or how the claims made are a little bit too high. They're claiming too much for what they deliver, right? Or based on some of these findings. So I wish there would be more time or incentive to actually do a little better job. Having said that, there are so many interesting area coming out. I mean, we had these 9 hallmarks of aging that were mm-hmm. defined in 2013, really say what the different aging processes are all about. And lately, more and more researchers realize that, there are not only 9 hallmarks of aging, of course, right? And there are more. And so, more and more research gets into actually providing new hallmarks or things to work on. And for anybody to understand, hallmarks of aging is a concept, so you can easily understand what's going on about it. And so in the cancer field, for example, it really started to bloom when the hallmarks of cancer were defined, right? Because once you have a hallmark, you have a framework to work with. And so for the aging, it's there are these damages to different parts of for example, proteins or DNA, right? So these are more the causes of aging, and then the consequences for your cells or for your body, right? And so I think, in this year, I think there are more voices were lifted that, there's more and more to come, which is exciting, right? Which just expands the whole horizon and things to work on. And that also helps, not only academic researchers, but also helps, startups, for example, right? Because you see like, oh, this is a very important area to work on, and then how can you apply or solve that solution, right? And so that is also then coming more there.
I'm curious now, what are the 9 hallmarks of aging?
So the first one, is the DNA, the genome instability, right? Mm-hmm. So the DNA, how it packed, and on the end of the DNA, there are these telomerases, where these are like in your shoelaces, if the knots in the shoelaces, and so if they go off, then your shoelaces go all really, right? And something like similar happens to your chromosomes, right? Which is your genome, right? Because every time your cell divides, it has to pack it again and then unpack it, right? And so these are important. You lose always a little bit of these telomerases. And then, so that's damage to the DNA itself, but then the DNA has to be also read, and that's called epigenetic regulation, which epi is standing on top of it, right? And so that's you have your blueprint but also environment is important. If you go and do exercise, right, the epigenome will be changed, adapting to the stress from the exercise, right? And so that's the epigenetic regulation that's also lost. And then you go further on to out of the DNA, right? The message is getting out there, which gives you the proteins, right? And all those proteins have to maintain. They are like the building blocks, the enzymes that function in your body, or the structural things. And those ones also have to be hold together. And then you go further out into your cell, you have organelles like the mitochondria, which is the powerhouses, right? Mm-hmm. They also decline, so your energy metabolism declines. That has important things for nutrient sensing, which is another hallmark there, and on a hormonal balance. And then also your cells can become senescent. So cells have a limit how many times they can divide, also depending on the telomerases, and that's the senescence. And those cells actually accumulate in your body and also release, other factors are not good. It's like having a rotten apple around all apples. So the rotten apple would get the other ones also, become more rotten, right? So that's the analogy of these senescent cells, which are zombie cells. And then there, of course, are, between the tissues or tissue maintenance are the stem cells, right? So the stem cells start to exhaust, so you cannot regenerate your tissue. And then the communication between the tissues. I think I have understood all 9 hallmarks, more or less, trying to from the hierarchical side. And so you could technically start to address anything, right? So if you could, maintain your stem cells for better, right? Or this maintenance better, then you could regenerate the tissue for longer, and you could, of course, then live longer, right? Your skin could be younger for longer. If you get rid of senescent cells, that also helps. And so the definition of these hallmarks is usually that it has to, if it's gone, it has to accelerate the aging process. But if you give it back, you can aggravate, you can slow aging, right? And usually in mice, you want to see then you can extend the lifespan of the mice. So these are the definitions.
What is possible currently when we think about extending the lifespan with the existing technology?
So okay, if you're a cell or a mouse, we can do a lot of things, right? We can rejuvenate you completely, right? And extend your lifespan. So far, we're still on the translational side to humans. So at the moment, for us, it's unfortunate whatever your grandma said, do exercise, eat right, sleep right, all those things is at the moment. The next steps are actually supplements, because, they're not regulated, but also on the other side, they haven't really been proven in clinical trials yet, right? And hopefully then, one day we will have, or like maybe in 5-10 years, we would have drugs that would slow aging. At the moment, there's one of the drugs that is good. It's called metformin, which is a type 2 diabetes drug. And researchers like Neil Barstai use that to do a proof of concept, a concept trial, in a sense that, because, if you think about aging is not a disease. And so how would you run this through a clinical trial where you have to target the disease? Okay. So now there's lots of back and forth. Going in the field is very active, and the FDA now agreed that we could measure time to event. Like, how long would it take to get Alzheimer's disease or dementia or cardiovascular problems or type 2 diabetes, right? So all these these chronic diseases that come up with aging, right? How long would it take it on placebo, and how long would it take it on a longevity drug like metformin, right? So this time to invent. And so hopefully those trials will start soon, and we would have a blueprint to run actually clinical trials, because, also our lab does research and we predict drugs that extend lifespan in model organism, right? But then we want to actually translate that, and you still have to go to clinical trials if you want to do anything in the biotech sector, or something important. And then the last step would be Yeah, go ahead.
It would be good to have a proof in a clinical trial. I still have a hard time to figure out, to just think through how can a clinical trial work. I mean, the claim that I read very often, or I see very often on LinkedIn, for example, Christian Angermeier posts frequently about longevity, is that it clearly extends the lifespan until infinity. So basically you can live forever and decide when to end your life, which would be a nice thing, to live for 400 years and then say, okay, I had a good 4 centuries and it's off. But how will you translate it in a clinical trial? I mean, this would be long running studies, basically. You would go for a study of 10, 20, 30 years.
Yeah. It's very difficult. At the moment, the way to move forward is that you take people that are, around 70, 75 and a little bit frail. So frail means, the how fast they walk, the physical performance. And so they're really close to getting one of these age-related diseases. And then you just choose a window of 5 years, which is still a long time and costs a lot of money. But that's at the moment the way forward, at least what I've seen. Other than that, you just go by, if you know your target, right, you go by a disease, or you can go by an orphan disease or something like that. You can still go the classical way. But the challenge really is all these biotechs also that are in the space to have anything, a therapeutic intervention or a medication. They fail actually at the clinical trial kind of thing, because it's the design on one part and there's no real good blueprint. That's the biggest challenge at the moment.
Kimberley, I forgot to say goodbye. Do you want to stay a couple of minutes, or do you want to drop off?
Maybe I just have one question actually for Collin, and then if you don't mind out, then I'll drop off. But you mentioned supplements, which was quite interesting, because it's not regulated the way drugs. Well, it's not regulated, I think, most places, and so has there been a lot of interest kind of in the field from companies or around supplements in this space that are in touch with you or researchers in this area?
Yes, there's huge interest, again, because that's the fastest you can bring to the consumer, to the market, right? And I have to say a disclaimer here. I'm a co-founder of a supplement company, and some research is actually spun out of my lab, which is I'm pretty excited about. So, and I tell you the reason from an academic side why I decided to do this, because as an academic, you do your research, which is great. You ask big questions. It's very exciting. And then you publish it and it gets to a paper, and the paper will be, collecting dust after a couple of years, because, it's like a news article, right? At the beginning, and then it just collects dust, right? And people will use the knowledge, of course, to move it forward. But usually in the last sentence of the paper is that with this, we could, solve this and that problem, right? But the translational part is never really done. And that's the reason is because there's no incentive for an academic researcher to translate anything. Because, you as an academic, you're judged by the high impact papers you do, right? But not what you bring to the market, what impact you do or you bring to the people, right? And my goal is actually to, whatever I find in the research, to actually also bring to the people. I mean, that's one of my main goals. And so we've done huge screens with different drugs, and we stumbled actually in those screens at the supplement, at the compound that increased the lifespan of C. elegans. And it also promoted the collagens, so the proteins outside the cell, the homeostasis. So the turnover rate is actually declining during aging, and we shown that actually it promotes it, right? So it made it really interesting. And so I had the decision to face either, I write it up, submit it, and it's out, right? Nothing will happen. But I thought, this looks too good to be true. I want to try it. But the problem is, as an academic researcher, you cannot do this. So you have to find people to do the company. And in the supplement space, it's really important that you have really good team that promotes it forward, also to do the whole public relation and everything like that. So I was actually happy to, as a scientist, say, okay, can move the science forward and then spin it out. And so we went on to patent it, and now it's spinned out, and it will be released, I think, end of this year, which is really cool to see, really from the bench to bedside is the wrong word, but to the people.
You mentioned your spin out, so you're in the process of spinning out the technology into a company. Kimberley, sorry, I forget again.
No, that's okay. I think I have to drop off now, but thank you so much. That was really interesting, and congratulations on the spin out. And also just to note that that's actually a really selling factor in getting yourself collaborative grants in the EU, is sort of also for having that company, that expertise and spin out. So I'll leave it at there and to keep carrying on. But thank you so much both. It was great to chat. And Merry Christmas, Happy New Year.
Kimberley, Merry Christmas, Happy New Year. It was good to have you on the show.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
Collin, your spin out. Are you already ready to talk about details, what the spin out is all about? What's your goal with the spin out?
I can to a certain extent, right? I don't want to take away the thunder or the fire or what you want to say, but it's actually a compound that's an activator of collagen homeostasis, which really is one of the biggest challenge to XL matrix that declines during aging. You see with the skin, the sacking, and the wrinkles, right? And the only way I am aware of to rejuvenate or make this youthful is when you do damage to it, because if you do damage to the XL matrix, right, it will start to repair, but that only works to a certain extent. So having found a supplement that will do this is really cool to see, because it's not only the collagens are not only in your skin but also in your internal organs, right? So you assume that whatever you see on decay coming in the skin, you also have inside, and to bolster this is actually really really cool. And so
we need to do a podcast when you're completed with the spin out process. I hope that you're already there. Maybe I ask you one question. What was your biggest learning in spin out? So when an academic has an idea and says, okay, we want to spin something out, and he comes to you and wants to discuss and talk with you, how you did it, what were the challenges, what was easy, what was difficult, which advice would you give to this researcher?
Well, first of all, nothing is easy. Yeah, I mean, for research, so if an academic researcher comes to me as a postdoc or a PhD student and says, I want to spin out something, I wrote actually a review with Tobias Reichmuth about the 10 simple rules to start successful spin-off company.
10 commandments.
So yeah, so first of all, the academic or the researcher mindset is completely different than the business mindset, right? And so you have, as a researcher, first have to learn something about business, right? If you have never done that, you have to understand what it means to go fast to the market, right? So that means also you research what you do and has to be really focused, because usually in academia, you start somewhere and then, oh, this is interesting, you go this way or this way, right? But you have to really stay on target. And so that's one thing you have to learn, and just be very focused, right? To move.
Is that such a huge difference in these two mindsets?
I think so, yeah. And it's really the discussion and the openness and learning something, because it's just these sort of things. I mean, sometimes you use the same words, but you completely mean something different, right? Because for an academic researcher, what is my incentive to put out research instead of doing good things? But I, as a researcher, care a lot what other people think of me, right? My peers, right? Do they think it's really cool innovation? This is novel. Is it exciting, right? So what the other people think, and that's completely different what a CEO mindset will be, right? So you have a vision, you want to drive it forward. In a sense, you have maybe the same mission to do something good, but also other incentive. You want to commercialize things, right? Which is completely different to making something really cool and novel and the coolest technique.
Yeah,
and and also have to learn, what the consumer wants or needs, right? There's no need to make something super, super cool and fancy, which consumer won't understand, and it's not. I see this, but I think I can say the company is called Avea Life, and the team is really good. We have these discussions where I come with my science statement, and they come back like, it's way too complicated, right? And so we try to really simplify the language to give the same meaning to what it is actually, right? And to make it understandable. And that's a skill I think researchers also lack in a sense to sell it, right? In a sense.
Yeah, I had Albert Missbichler earlier today on a podcast. He is in the process of pivoting from P2P to B2C in diagnostics. And he also said something similar. He said the biggest challenge now is to translate the scientific language, which was tailored for the B2B world, now into the B2C world. And one of his comments was, nobody in the B2C world reads more than 3 sentences. So you need to say everything that's relevant in 3 sentences.
Yeah, I saw that one. That was really impressive to me to hear this, and it just resonates very well, right? It's just, yeah, and we have this elevator pitch. You have your 15 seconds to put it down and put it into perspective and make it interesting, right? In a sense.
When is the big launch planned for your new company?
The company is already launched, so they are already on the market. So to bring that our product onto the market will be, I think, end of this year. So soonish.
Oh, it's only 2 weeks left, so it's really soonish.
Yeah, it's only 2 weeks left, and so this is really a new kind of supplement, which is exciting to come out. And the thing is, for me as a researcher, I know it's safe. So we also have done all these experiments in mice, and we actually done the experiments in very old mice, because usually those experiments are done in young mice, and they're very resilient, right? And and the old person or mouse is completely different, because all these defense mechanisms don't work so well anymore. And so these old mice, we given them to the old mice, they improve their frailty. So they this preclinical assessment, they have better grip strength and vitality, and you see this health parameter, which is really exciting and rewarding to see, actually, right?
That's great to hear. That's great to hear. In the last minute, time flies. This is a big problem with this podcast. With interesting speakers, it just goes by in no time. One final question: predictions for 2023 in the longevity space in your area of research. What will we see in 2023 besides your new company?
Yeah, I think there's a lot of work done on rejuvenation in a sense, right? So with these Yamanaka factors, and I think hopefully we find another approach to do the same thing. But clearly, what is needed is not only the slowing of aging, but also the regeneration of tissue or even whole organs. And I hope that more cool research will come out in that area.
Yeah, hopefully it would be interesting to come really to that point, like Christian Angermayer says, that human beings can decide how long they want to live. Would be a good thing. Collin, let me pull in the next speaker for a brief introduction. It's Guido Gualdoni from... So now I pull it in from Austria and Germany and Argentina. It's quite an interesting history, but maybe he can... Guido, good to see you.
Hello. Hi, Christian. Hi, Collin. Good to see you.
So we have great speakers today. We had before from UCL, especially from the academic area, UCL, Kimberley Cornfield, now Collin Ewald at the Zurich, to put it in the German way, and now Medical University from Vienna, Guido. Maybe you can say a few words about yourself.
Yeah, so thanks, Christian, for having me on the show. As I said, I'm very excited. I'm a huge fan of the podcast.
Thank you very much.
And what Collin said, it resonated a lot with my experience as a former researcher, still a bit researcher, and now CEO of a biotech company. So I'm MD, PhD by training. I was trained at the Medical University of Vienna. And while working there as a physician scientist, we were working on different aspects of the immune system. I was working mainly in immunology, and we found a very interesting, we did a very interesting observation that a compound that we were working with is very highly active against rhinovirus, which I hope we will talk about a bit later in a bit more detail. And eventually it ended up us patenting this compounds against rhinoviruses and starting out a company to really develop this towards the bench, towards the bedside, as you said. We're not quite at the bedside yet, but at least we're in patients already, so that's a good thing. So it has been an amazing ride so far, and we're very much looking forward to the next steps.
That's good to hear. Collin, before I forget again to drop the previous speaker off, of course you can stay and also engage in the conversation. What about you, Collin? Would you like to stay, or?
I want to ask one question, one burning question I have.
Oh, please do so.
Because I heard, you know, if I get it right, you're in Vienna, right? And so I heard Austria is really supportive with startups, and I just want to hear a little bit you're transitioning out. I mean, with the tech transfer office, you partner there. Then, you know, is it true that they have such a great support system in Austria for young startups?
I think, like, at least in my perception, in the very early stage, once you know where to go to and where to find support, I think that's something that maybe is an area where we still can do some work, but I think there's a lot being done here in Austria. And in the very early times of founding a company, I think you get a lot of support here in Austria in terms of grant funding, in terms of networking events, in terms of even facilities. I'm currently at the startup labs from the Vienna Business Agency. So the Vienna Business Agency has labs for young companies to just plug and play, come in here and start their own labs, they have office infrastructure, etc. So actually, I would say yes. From a very young company position, it's a great place to start up. I think we are gaining momentum here in Vienna. There's a growing body of companies here. And even, you know, this critical mass is starting to establish. Serial entrepreneurs are starting to get in. And I think from this perspective, it's a very exciting city and time to start a biotech company here in Austria, and particularly in Vienna.
I couldn't agree more. I'm now in the industry, I'm in the industry since 2006 and helped bringing some companies to life. So what I see in Austria is there's a lot of support from the public side, a lot of non-dilutive grant funding that helps entrepreneurs to get off the ground. It's basically easy for scientific companies who are willing to relocate to Austria. This is the downside. The company must be incorporated in Austria with actually the team being here in Austria. CEOs, CFOs, so the executives and the labs need to be built here in Austria. But if that is the case, then it's easy to get 3 to 4 million euros grant funding when the topic is right and it's really a sound topic. So having said that, the downside of the Austrian community still is, which is basically the downside of all over Europe, a lack of venture capital. This is something where I think Europe can still improve, but for the grant funding side, if people are not scared away from the best city in the world when it comes to living quality, Vienna, with the downside of not having the friendliest people here in Vienna, because we are more on the lower side on that scale. Vienna is a great place to be. Highly recommend it. Yeah. If you want to explore Vienna, you can reach out to the Vienna Business Agency. Guido, you mentioned that. You can also reach out to the Austria Business Agency. You get, I believe they will send a ton of information to you.
We sound like ambassadors of the Lisa Vienna Life Science Austria community, but it's actually, I think it's really great the support that you get here. I mean, you can come by anytime just to visit the labs if you want to. It's actually, we're on a floor here where we have, I think, 12 or 13 young companies just started up in the last couple of years. So it's a very good field to develop, definitely.
Thank you. And this is really exciting to hear, right? Because I mean, I started in 2007 in New York, and I've been for 10 years at the East Coast, and there it's just a different field. And so I'm really excited that things really start to gain momentum in Europe, right? I mean, Zurich is not bad as well either. So I just want to say this as well. Yeah. But it's great that, you know, this is coming, right? And I hope, at least from the longevity field, that we could build like a longevity valley, right? Like a Silicon Valley of longevity here in Europe, right? We could actually make it from, you know, Basel, Zurich, Vienna. I mean, that would be a nice.
I guess what we'll all agree on is that there's a tremendous quality of scientific output here in Europe, and we do have some, you know, something to catch up on in terms of getting this to actually producing or developing products, and that actually producing innovation that ends up somewhere. But the amount of high quality science here in Europe is astonishing, and I think it's definitely worth working towards getting this more towards applied applications.
I couldn't agree more. Science-wise, it's a treasure trove. But I think the downside that we have is since 2006 and still before, that translational capital was next to not existent. And the problem is, without capital, it's impossible to train entrepreneurship and to train scientists and non-scientists into working together in a team to move science forward, because it needs a diverse skill set in a company. And I hope venture capital has become better, but there is still some room for improvement.
I'm not going to say goodbye. Thank you so much. That was a lot of fun, and I wish you happy holidays and gute Rutsch ins neue Jahr.
Danke, Collin. Collin, it was good to see you. Happy New Year. Bye.
Bye, Collin.
Guido, good to see you. Good to see you. How is your company doing?
Good to see you. Very good, actually. We're actually quite busy towards the end of the year, I think, as everyone is. We have a couple of days left, and it's a ton of things that we need to finish till that date. But I hope afterwards we get some quiet days to rest as well. But in general, the team is very, very enthusiastic and highly motivated to get things done.
Let's talk about your 2022. What was your biggest success in 2022?
Well, for us, it's like from a company perspective, that's a very obvious and easy question for us to answer, because G.ST antivirus reached clinical stage in the first quarter of 2022. We found the company in the end of 2019, so it took us a bit more than 2 years to reach clinical stage with our lead asset, our broad spectrum antiviral nasal spray. And this was obviously a very big leap forwards in our mission to develop options for antiviral treatment. So definitely for G.ST antivirals, that was the biggest success in this year.
What is your technology doing?
Well, what we work with, so the mission of G.ST antivirals, as I said, is to develop antivirals for viruses affecting the respiratory tract. We started out with rhinovirus, so that was the virus that I was working with together with my co-founder, Johannes Stöckel, at the Institute of Immunology at the Medical University in Vienna. So what we do is to address this virus in a sort of different way. We treat the host cell, not the virus itself. But so coming back to the very basic characteristic, I think you and everyone listening to this podcast now can say by heart, so to say, the characteristics of a virus, because we're all hobby virologists nowadays. And I think it's great though how well the education of the public worked in this field, at least in most of the public. So we all know that viruses are parasites per definition. They require the host cell to replicate, right? So they need every single molecule, every single protein, every single nucleotide. They need to grasp it from the host cell. And viruses, within a very short time frame, produce millions of progeny, so to say. And this is a highly anabolic state, so they need a lot of molecules to reproduce, which is not normal for a cell, right? To have such a high biosynthesis going on. So what viruses evolved during their the last couple of million years is to actually force the cell to take up more nutrients. Actually, kind of a very basic or so to say intuitive thing to do, right? They need a lot of nutrients. They force the cell. They have shaped strategies to force the cell to take up more nutrients. And what we do is that we impair this process, and by very simply just stopping this high nutrient ingestion, we stop the virus from replicating. And that doesn't only apply to rhinovirus, which is the first one that we found this process to be very important, but it also applies to coronaviruses very importantly, and to other viruses of the respiratory tract. So our technology protects the metabolism of the host cell and therefore prevents the viruses to replicate. And we have different technologies coming out of this approach. The most advanced one, as I said before, is a broad spectrum antiviral nasal spray that is currently being tested in a phase 1. Luckily here in Vienna as well. So we have the whole, so to say, value generation from really finding the concept, finding the first compound that works, and really applying it to the first volunteers here in Vienna, which I think is a great success story for what you can do here in the city, and what can be achieved, you know, if you set up to actually do things and develop the product.
No, absolutely. Bringing a product into the clinics is a huge success for a company. What was your biggest learning in this year with moving your company forward as an entrepreneur?
Well, as I said before, I'm a first-time entrepreneur. I'm an MD, PhD by training, so everything business related is new to me. As Collin said before, there's a lot of things to learn once you start a company. But I would say business-wise, the very basic I had to learn before 2022. There's still tons of business-related aspects when assessing the market, etc. that I'm still learning. But I would still say, setting up a clinical trial for the first time, there's something called the optimism bias. I think you have Daniel Kahneman there in the back, which is that entrepreneurs are very prone to, and I think that I'm a very so to say very prone to this optimism bias as well. I'm far too optimistic, and I need to learn to plan a bit more down to earth, so to say. That were the things to be learned this year. But luckily, it was still, everything went good enough to move forward very good. So
haven't you inhaled the Viennese spirit yet?
That everything's bad, you mean?
Everything's bad. It can't get any more terrible. Is this really such a problem, optimism bias? To be
I think
too
you
optimistic?
I think that there's a certain probably degrees of optimism bias, right? I mean, I think you do, as particularly Daniel Kahneman wrote in his book, nobody would ever start a company if there wasn't an optimism bias. I think most of us are optimists when starting a company, because otherwise you would never do it. And I think you definitely need these optimists to try to push projects forwards that don't have a very high likelihood to succeed, right? We all know the success rates of startups and of clinical development programs that start out. Nonetheless, it's your big shot to make a big impact on the world, right? So it's still important to try, and through the difficulties that are implied into the whole process, I think it's very important to still push forward. But nonetheless, you need to balance it a bit and look around what's actually achievable in which time frames and how much money you need for it to be successful in the end. I think it's just a learning story for young entrepreneurs to get a bit of their optimism bias a bit weakened in the course of starting up.
Yeah, I think it's the difference that might be a challenge between vision and reality, and plans and milestones. And when I think about with Albert, we spoke about Theranos. They were a little bit more on the, I think Sebastian Malaby wrote in his book, premature truth. So it's a little bit creative and too optimistic towards the approach. Could agree more. Collin mentioned the difference between the two mindsets, business and research mindset. How do you see that? Is this similarities and differences?
I couldn't agree more to what Collin said before, right? To this the way of being focused of in academia. It was always my style of working that you started with a project and you find something interesting, and particularly this project that we're working on now, this 2-deoxyglucose activity against rhinovirus infection was something that was entirely serendipitous. So I gave a presentation on something else. Someone approached me after the talk, and we started up with a project, and we were so surprised to see that this was happening with rhinoviruses. And all of a sudden we got into this field, and 10 years later, we're doing a clinical study. So in academia, obviously you something looks interesting and you dig into it, and it's I always used to refer to the university as a playing ground, right? You have all of the space you need to just develop ideas, to talk after work, to, go into the lab and just try stuff. And that was an amazing time. I mean, I'm still very highly supportive of everyone who wants to start a PhD and go into research. I think it's a very valuable thing to do. And so we had this transition from actually, playing around, being curious to find things, to actually, being full focused on moving this project forward. This was obviously a transition to us. But I think since I think we talked about it last week, we're very heavily goal oriented. So we all have this goal in our head to, we want to have this product on the market, we want to see that it works. We want to see people using it. All of the people, particularly now in this season, are approaching me that we need something against viruses. It's that we have the Robert Koch Institute in Germany just released the numbers that we have 9.5 million German people sick. So more than 10% of the population in Germany is currently sick with respiratory tract infections. Me, myself, I was in the hospital yesterday with my son because he had a respiratory tract infection. So we have we have an abundance of these things. And even though we get used to it now with COVID and all, I think there's still a huge medical need to get this problem solved for humankind. And we have this goal in front of us. And so we learn to be focused and to go rather into development instead of only research. And the research was very focused on the development that we wanted to do. It was a transition, but it was paying off so far very well. Now we allow ourselves to look into things that are maybe also just interesting to us and might end up in a product. But it's definitely in transition, and it makes sense to do one thing at the university and another thing at the company.
Is it? How is it for you? I mean, you are both a successful entrepreneur and a scientist. How challenging is it for you to unite creativity, the scientific creativity, where you said sometimes you see something and you just follow the novelty, compared to your entrepreneurial mindset, where you say, okay, now we focus on the mission and we just do that mission. And when something new pops up, we just don't look in this direction. How challenging is this for you to balance that?
Well, I don't think that it's too difficult for me. Actually, I would say that it's far more difficult for our chief scientific officer, for
Really?
Thea, that you already also know. Yeah. But as I said, I'm very, very oriented towards getting this one product done, and I think it will enable so much further if we get this through the finishing line. So I'm kind of very focused on this one, but I do have other issues when it comes to all of a sudden being an entrepreneur. I know that sometimes I talk too scientific when I talk to people that are not from the field or not even from the area, not even from biomedicine, but from a totally different area. So I think that that you need to learn a certain way of talking, a certain way of thinking, this milestone-driven approach that you mentioned before. So it's not just about the paper, it's about milestones to get money to get the next milestones. And this is a very new way of thinking. And it never ends, right? So you have an academic publication and then you have a product done, right? But in a company field, you always have the next milestone that you need to reach. Maybe at the end of the day, everything ends up being successful, but it's not a sprint, it's a marathon, right? And it's and this is sort of also sometimes the things that I'm struggling with, but it's not so much the not being curious anymore.
Yeah, the normal lifetime for a company is forever. So basically, it's an infinite game when people play it in the sense of business and not a finite game. I think it's a huge difference. And very often I see in businesses that they just run on a finite game mindset and not this infinite mindset.
Yeah, I totally agree that the time frames are very long, right? So we need to be prepared to be committed for many years before you actually, see the fruits of your work.
Oh yeah, that's true. I think the biggest success, when I think back on the last recession, I think WhatsApp started, Facebook a few years ago, earlier Uber started, but they all needed about 10 years to fruition. So it's a minimum time to when somebody starts a company to really.
And in drug development, it's even worse, right? I mean, you have this very big time frames, a lot of regulatory things you have to deal with to actually move to the next stage. So it's people working in IT or other industries are often very astonished by the fact that we actually in the kind of time frames that are attached to our kind of work, right, in life sciences. So
that's true.
But it's okay. You need to still celebrate the small successes, like reaching clinical stage, a set of experiments that worked out, a patent that got granted. Need to learn to live off these sort of successes, right?
That's true. When we look towards the future, where do you see your part of the industry heading to in future?
Well, that's an amazing question. I have to say, because I work in anti-infectives, which is incredibly dynamic. That has been incredibly dynamic the last couple of years. So it's very difficult to say where also the consumer interest is going to end up, right? Because now we had COVID and we had a lot of people interested in anti-infectives. Actually, an area that wasn't too interesting for the pharmaceutical industry before. But all of a sudden, we had this very high public interest in the sector of anti-infectives, and this kind of goes on because now we have a huge waves of the flu and of non-COVID respiratory tract infections, and people are very aware that something needs to be that more work needs to be done here to help us to clear these infections. But it's so dynamic. I think that it will continue, like the awareness that we need drugs that combat virus infections will be here for the next couple of years. I think that there's a fundamental change into how we conceive viral infections, that this is something that is here to stay for the next couple of years. And therefore, I think that is a good way, good area to thrive in for the next couple of years and to move our programs further. G.ST Antivirals is definitely looking towards finishing the phase 1 and then moving towards the next clinical steps. We're very excited to actually move into proof of concept studies with our compound and to start the next preclinical program. That's actually something that we're super excited about 2023, combined with this persistent interest in anti-infectives. I think it's a perfect situation for us to move forward.
You said you start a new program in 2023?
Yeah, we're kind of establishing or putting together so that like the follow-on project to as I said, we were very focused on moving this one asset further towards clinical development. And now we want to actually, because we think that this is a very great way to tackle virus infections, as I said, it's this host cell based treatment that impedes or inhibits the viruses from accessing the biomolecule of your host cell, is something that doesn't result in any resistance development. It's very broad spectrum. It's active against a lot of different respiratory tract viruses, and therefore we think it would be a waste to let it only be with one nasal spray. We want to actually help people with lower respiratory tract infections. As you know, people suffering from COPD, from asthma, from cystic fibrosis, from lung transplantations, all of these vulnerable groups that have now been talked about so much during the COVID pandemic, that were the groups that we're protecting with the lockdowns, with the vaccines, with the antiviral drugs that are out there. All of these groups, they suffer so much from rhinovirus infections, from endemic coronavirus infections, parainfluenza, the flu, and they have options, but they're obviously don't end up in a very sufficiently treated state. Still a lot of people suffering from COPD end up dying from viral respiratory tract infections. And having this technology in our hands, this new way of approaching viruses, we think it's definitely worth pursuing, helping these patient populations. And that's the next thing that we're going to be looking at.
No, I couldn't agree more. I mean, the lockdowns had the upside of having less infections generally in the population. They also saw in the last 2 years with flus or usual infections that didn't have any problem. But on the other hand, lockdowns have some unpleasant side effects like high inflation and disruptions of supply chains. So it's not a solution for a society, I guess, on the long run. Having something like you develop, I think that helps people avoiding infections in the first place is a great thing when it works and when it comes to the market, hopefully. So this would
Thank you, Christian. Yeah, we're working as hard as we can on it. There's very few people going on vacation over the holidays, so you can count on us to develop as fast as possible.
No, I I'm 48 now. I had some severe infections already in my life, and it's no fun. So having something, I mean, a light common cold is easy, but it's not fun. But when it's not impossible to breathe properly, it's really difficult then.
Yeah, we always think of the common cold as the self-limiting disease that affects, like if you're a healthy person, then it's mainly some days in bed, but also actually symptomatic treatment, as you say, is also not ideal because you have to stop using it. You get addicted to the decongestants. So not getting sick in the first place is probably a very good thing for a lot of people, particularly people like me with kids in kindergarten that are exposed to respiratory viruses all the time. I get approached by parents all the time and to develop faster. But also,
go ahead. we want to see it on the market.
We have a lot of patient populations that are currently insufficiently treated with very severe diseases that need additional options, and that motivates us to continue as fast as possible.
Guido, let's pull the next speaker in. He's already in the waiting room, Thomas Schubert.
Did we already talk for half an hour?
Time flies. This is the reason why I usually talk for 1 to 2 hours to cover the topics properly. Half an hour is not very much on the podcast, especially with speakers like you, Collin, Kimberley. It's so easy to have a nice conversation. Thomas, good to see you.
Hello. Hi, folks.
We're coming now from antiviral infections to the world of biophysics. Thomas, maybe you say some words to introduce you to Guido.
Yeah, so first of all, Guido, I also have kids and I can completely share the point about the respiratory diseases in the moment. It's crazy in kindergarten. So also from my side, please be quick. There's a need.
I will.
It's really annoying. So everything is in the kindergarten. That's crazy. My name is Thomas. I'm a managing director at TwoMind. We are a company in close to Munich in Regensburg, and we're biophysics folks. So we are offering outsourcing solutions for drug discovery and drug development, and basically supply people with analysis formats and assay formats. So that's who I am, and I was really amused, and it was very nice to listen to you, Guido, about your approach, and crossing fingers for every new thing that you are going to develop. Really cool.
Thank you, Thomas. It's very nice to hear. I'm very curious to learn what you guys are doing.
Sure. Perfect. I think first of all, Christian, thanks for the opportunity.
Welcome.
It's really a pleasure. I mean, our last discussion is, I think, like 3 weeks ago, I guess. So it's nice to be back and have this. It's pleasant to be here again. Really cool.
It's good to see you again. I have a question to you too. We were talking about entrepreneurship today, and I have 2 entrepreneurs now in the call. The same question to both of you. So when a person, a scientist, approaches you and asks you for advice from your experience, what's the single most important advice you would give to a scientist who would like to found a company? Guido.
Oh, I have to go first. I need to think about it first.
You have to go. You have to go first.
Okay, I also have to think about it. But I think good ideas. There are several good ideas out there, but sometimes the business model is not clear. I think scientists don't consider that bringing an idea to market really needs more than an idea. There are financial aspects behind. You have to have a proper team. You have to have the environment to do so. And sometimes a good scientific idea is honestly not good enough. So surround yourself with well-known people from the field and discuss with them. I think that is a very important advice that I could give. Even though our business is maybe more easy because it's a fee-for-service business model that we have. But for example, with a classical drug discovery approach, I would definitely, first of all, talk to a lot of people before I do anything. An idea is not enough.
I mean, I definitely couldn't agree more, Thomas. I think, while you were starting out, I thought about pretty much the same. And I think, Christian, we talked about it last week as well, that, sometimes when you start out with a company or a spin-off, or you want to start something of your own, you think that the idea is kind of the big part of what you're going to be doing, right? But the very, very big part is actually like the larger part, the larger fraction is actually ahead of you still, right? And it's something that is heavily underestimated. But I think I also want to finish with what we talked about beforehand. Be aware of your optimism bias. Talk to people in the field. Try to get some objective resonance from what you're planning to be doing. I think talking makes a lot of sense. You need to be I think the single most important characteristic of an entrepreneur is to be proactive. And this is what you need to be doing, right? Proactively talk to people, go out there, shape your idea, and be aware that it's going to be a very long and but hopefully a very also a fruitful path.
It's not, entrepreneurship is not the way to quick money. Playing the lottery is much faster. Last week I had Jivan from Playfair Capital, and she also emphasized product market fit. So I couldn't agree more to what you say. Guido, thank you very much for your time. I wish you a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year, and let's catch up in the new year, and maybe we do a podcast episode together about your company.
It was great talking. Thomas, all the best. Merry Christmas and Happy New Year to both of you as well.
Have a great time.
See you soon. Bye-bye.
Thomas, it's good to see you again.
Absolutely, Christian.
How was your 2022?
How was my 2022? Good, I think, overall. So I'm really happy. It was a challenging year for us as company. as Tubind, indeed it was challenging. There were challenges starting with a war, then COVID lockdown, then inflation, recession combined, all those things. But still, I'm very proud about the team here at Tubind. Even under these challenging conditions, we made a brilliant job. Very happy. Yeah, good year.
What excited you the most in 2022?
What excited me the most? First of all, I mean, honestly, on a trivial level, it was very exciting to go out again and meet people. That was also a little bit the thing that we had in our podcast that we had some weeks ago. It was really, I'm still excited about this. It's really a pleasure to meet people again. All good. Also, like now having this podcast together in the stream format, it's great. But having really some person in front of you and really having a good chat, this is something I really missed, and I was very exciting to have that back. And of course, this excited me personally best. Exciting, as I mentioned, I was really excited about how things went here at the company and how we developed. This was exciting for me too. And I think that's it.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. When I think last year and the year before, it was mostly sitting at home because everything was shut down and closed. And now I can go to a restaurant around the corner, invite some people, have a lunch, have dinner, or just going to the gym, meeting people, or also conferences we met at the Bio Europe in Leipzig. It's so awesome to have that back. Absolutely. I missed this a lot. So also on a personal level, really, I missed the connection to a lot of friends in the business realm that I really missed. And of course you can write, and you can even have a digital beer together, but a real beer is the better way. I don't know, a digital beer, it's yeah, exactly. That's but having a real wine or beer, that's much better. I mean, I think for me, it's a good balance to have some conversations digitally, like recording video podcasts. It would be very, very challenging to fly all people in and to exchange information. But once in a while, meeting in person, I think it's necessary. Business doesn't flourish without that. I can absolutely agree to that. It has to be a good mix, yeah. This is what I can't replicate with the digital world. So the digital world is great when I know people already. So reaching out to people I know and inviting them to a podcast is possible. We met basically by accident, serendipitously. It was pure chance that we didn't agree to meet in Leipzig. We just bumped into each other. Yeah, that's true. And this doesn't happen. I never found a way to replicate that in the digital world. Did you find a way to do that? No, I mean, there were some approaches also to have this kind of digital meetings at conferences, but I had the impression that this is not really leading to the right direction. It's because people sit at home and the daily work is ongoing, and so it's just another date in the time slot where you have a meeting, and there's not when we met in Leipzig, it was like pumping in each other as you just described. It was because both of us were there, and we were interested in learning about new people. And not about specific topic, but just like, who are you? What are you doing? And this format is, I think that this is difficult to find this informal, just being friendly. Hey, how are you doing in a digital world? I'm not sure if this is possible. Metaversum, I don't know, but I haven't found a way. The metaverse has, the technology already existed 20 years ago. So it's basically nothing different than what people used in multi-massive online role-playing games. It's fun, it's entertaining, but it's still not the same. So still this community also thrived on meeting in real life. And when I go through the last 20 years when I was in business, I think most of the business evolved really from real life meetings that were not really planned at conferences or evening events or lunch events. And the minority evolved from set up meetings through conference systems. Yeah,
I think for us at least, because we have a clear profile of what we can do, and people can read up on that, and it's clear that people come to us for outsourcing solutions in biophysics. There is no misinterpretation possible. So some of those meetings, and when you lock them in a meeting conference or account, this can be very efficient. But I fully agree. The best, let's say, long-term relationships came from a situation which is different from that. On a meeting, but evening event, or yeah, you just met and had a good chemistry between each other, and then there's some interest in each other, and you learn, and you like each other, and then suddenly it happens that you work together. So I fully agree. Both is possible, but both possible and important.
The thing is with innovation, in my opinion, so with companies, most of the companies I work with are trying to start something new. And sometimes when people start something new, it's not really clear what they need, which help they need, because it's a novel idea, it's a new idea. So the plan has to be made yet. And very often people are the first time doing this thing, and most entrepreneurs in deep tech are first timers because it's a very novel idea, it's a novel technology. So what I found very helpful is meeting random people at events to just be creative together. And you can do that in 5 minutes over coffee. This is what I'm doing, this is what I'm looking for, and then the person says, okay, I know this guy, or I did a similar thing in that way. Maybe you talk to this guy. And I never found this happened really in the digital world.
Yeah, I fully agree. This is this spirit of just, you know, like having a close idea and bringing this to some point. This is difficult in a digital world in my eyes. Yeah.
When we talk about the big lessons besides digital worlds and real life worlds, what was your biggest lesson of 2022 that you learned?
I think there were two lessons. One lesson is a lesson on a, let's say, a learning from a negative situation, and the other one is from a positive situation. And the negative situation is that you mentioned it just in a second at the beginning of the discussion in a small sentence, is supply chains. So we really learned the lesson that supply chains are difficult in a globalized world, and specifically in an unstable political situations. Supply chains are extremely important, and you know, our customers, they are drug discovery guys that work with molecules from all around the globe, and they send it to us to Regensburg, to our laboratory, and we analyze these things. So the samples come from different areas. And so we had a lot of molecules coming from close to Kiev, from a large supply of chemical matter in a mine. They had to temporarily shut down because of the war. So it was really taking a lot of effort to solve that. In the same moment, a few months later, there was the Shanghai lockdown, and every protein that was produced in Shanghai was stuck there. So it was really a lesson. What I mean, it's not my personal level because it's the decision of the customer where to purchase these things. But my lesson is that short supply chains and accurate supply chains, that you should prefer that and not go only for other factors to decide why you choose this or that supplier. This was a lesson that was hard for us because, of course, we depend on these things, and obviously we need to organize ourselves according to when samples arrive at our laboratories. Then we can start our job. And if the sample doesn't arrive, then we cannot do our job. So it was a lesson that I learned. And a good lesson was, on the other hand side, that just like 2 weeks ago, we had an internal customer survey. So we sent out a survey to our customers. And first of all, from 70 customers that we approached, more than 40 answered, which is already a great success. And then what they told us was extremely positive. And the lesson, what I learned from that, is that we are at most of the points that we are wanted to, address in the last years, we're on the right track. And there's a good lesson. So I'm really happy about this. So these two kind of lessons, I think I learned from this year.
That's great. That's great to hear that your customers love what you do. It's always good to hear that.
So for us, it's only an internal thing. We share that with the laboratory and with the staff, because this is for our internal review or recapitulation of what we do. And so the feedback was extraordinarily good. And so I think we do something good, I guess. Yeah, this was cool.
When we think of the world of biophysics, what were breakthrough moments in biophysics in 2022?
I think application of biophysics, I would say breakthrough moments for applications in biophysics. I think that's maybe the better wording. Biophysics itself, of course, it also changes. There are new technologies coming out, and indeed very interesting ones. But I think the importance of biophysics in 2022 was even more pronounced, or more, let's say, valued. The reason is because, first of all, a lot of different approaches now need a direct binding determination, drug discovery, antibody development, and so on and so on. And it turns out that this is extremely important. And I think that is definitely a breakthrough, that the biophysics, 10 years ago, it was more a side life science part, and now it's getting more into the center of drug discovery projects and getting more and more important. Of course, to be fair, it's not just 2020 effort, it's already started before. So there's a constant increase of biophysics need. It's not just the 2020 year that made all that, but I think it turns out that this is more and more important, and I call this a breakthrough.
That's good to hear. I also was amazed that the biophysics podcast has a very good reception. So I saw it on LinkedIn that many people liked it and listened to that. It seems to be more and more interest in the industry around this topic, which was very great to see. When we talk about the future trends now about biophysics, where do you see this area heading to?
First of all, the throughput will increase. So throughput means that you can run more samples in a shorter time. And by doing that, you can, of course, achieve more in terms of you can screen large libraries, or you can make more detailed analysis. And this means it will get more share on the complete analysis market, let's call it. And here there is definitely trends going to higher throughput, and even throughput that could match up with some of the biochemical assays where enzymatic activities are read out. So this is something that definitely is something that is coming. There's a trend. And the other trend is to also use biophysics in more difficult environments. So far, biophysics has been done always in a context of in vitro artificial buffer systems, where a completely random buffer is chosen, nothing to do with the cell, and the trend goes towards more, let's say, close to native analysis, or even analysis on whole cells. So there's, for example, the Cryoptic system that comes out, or just came out 5 days ago, officially launched, which is now the Helix Cyto, it's called, which can analyze kinetics on a cell, which is amazing. So you can read out an antibody binding to a cell, and this is just mind-blowing, the opportunities that now opens up. So this is really cool tool. Therefore, there are these kind of trends in biophysics indeed.
Where did these breakthroughs come from? Why didn't we see that? What was the change in technology that was necessary to generate this breakthrough?
I think, first of all, because of a growing need over the years, more money went into that area. And then I have to also say that in the last, let's say, 10, 12 years, quite a number of very innovative new companies have been brought up, like Nanotemper, Cryoptics, DBS, and others, which are really like innovative per se. And they now benefit from having, this settled biophysics community, but now growing with new technologies. And I think that's where the innovation comes from. very good people together with a growing need.
So you said, as the first sentence was, there's more money flowing into this area. So money seems really to be the fuel necessary to bring technology to fruition.
Yeah, and the need, of course. I mean, if there's a certain need, and if a good scientist has a sense of entrepreneurship as well, yeah, that's also needed. And there's a potential situation where also money can be earned, then I think that's also part of the fuel, yes. Not purely money, but part of the fuel is also money, of course, sure.
What are your plans for 2023 with your company?
We have actually indeed a big plan. So we will move to a larger lab space, or at least we start to restructure our laboratory. We will get a new lab space with more than 1,000 square meters. And this is, of course, quite a big part of what we do next year, at least on my end, because obviously this has to be coordinated. And yeah, building up a lab is not easy, but it's a great achievement, and we're really looking forward to that. And then, of course, it's also getting more people in there, and there are also some ideas to bring in more technologies in here to be able to support our customers even in a better way by having more than that than the 11 technologies that we have in the moment. So that's the plan for next year, yeah. And also the plan is to visit more people and enjoy the conversations.
That's a very good plan. Which conferences do you have on your program?
So the BIOS, I will definitely go to the Bio Convention. It's in Boston. I will do some MedChem approaches, the Festival of MedChem conferences, the Festival of Biologics in Basel will be there. I'm at the Bio Korea. I'm not sure about the Bio Japan this year, next year. I'm not fixed on that. So in total, I think it's 6 or 7 conferences I can do. I have to admit, I also need to take a little bit care about the family.
This is understandable.
Yeah, I think this is definitely something that I'm excited about next year, 23.
What about you mentioned Bio Korea? What's so special in the Korean ecosystem that's so attractive for your company?
Absolutely good question, because the Koreans start to build up a quite intense and versatile, or let's say lively biotech community. So they really now push companies by very interesting, let's say, concepts of how they can build up their business in Korea. And of course, there's money starting to go in there. Also, larger companies are now settling there. And so there's a new ecosystem being developed. And of course, it's a good approach to be there early on and to be present. So we have already some very good connections to Korea and a very successful work with those guys. And it's a good opportunity to go there to visit them, first place. And then, of course, Bio Korea itself, it's a good opportunity to present ourselves to the new environment that is growing there.
Yeah, Korea is a lovely country. The last time I was there, I think, was in 2017, so it's a couple of years ago. Would be great to fly there. You mentioned before your supply chain problems. I had this a couple of times in this recording session. Was it really that challenging, price-wise and logistics-wise?
I mean, I think we have to differentiate between 2 different kind of supply chains. The supply chain for our consumables and our material that we need for our analysis internally, we had under good control. So here, a few plasticware stuff was a little bit troubling to get. This was not a big challenge, I would say. But this is also due to the fact that most of our suppliers are from Europe, specifically from Germany, and they're quite reliable. So here, from this perspective, it was not a big challenge. But as I mentioned, so our customers, which are drug developer, which source their molecules, which we don't produce molecules. We neither produce proteins nor we do produce any chemical matter. We don't do that. So people need to send us these things. And they purchased this in different countries. And obviously, then there was the Suez Canal thing, then there was the Shanghai lockdown, then there was the start of the Ukraine war, and all those things come together. And then suddenly a situation emerges that nobody can tell you when samples arrive. And here, minimum, I would say 5 to 8 or 5 to even 10 boxes with dry ice full of molecules arrive every day. And so the logistics team had no idea where things are, or at least they tried to get figured out, but nobody could tell them the package is here and you have to do that, because there was chaos. So this was troubling. So it is more the supply chain of bringing together the material that we need to analyze. So this was the trouble, not the internal resources.
So in principle, unpredictability of the supply chain. So not knowing when what will arrive in what state, and weeks later, months later.
Exactly. And of course, biological material is not super stable. So you need to refill dry ice. You never know, how does the sample arrive here? Is it still in good shape? You don't even know if there was at some point maybe no dry ice in there anymore, and it was just added. Nobody tells you. So this is difficult. And if, really like the high quality packages, which have a temperature logger in there, they are simply very expensive. A lot of people send this by other means, and there's no control of what's in there. So you don't know how the temperature changed, and you don't know how the biologics react on that. And so this was a bit challenging, I have to admit. So for us, for the customer, of course, because they're in the same boat as we are. So we would love to start. They would love us to start, but nobody could start because the things are not here. So it was a bit annoying, I have to say. But we found very good solutions for that, and the team did an incredible job. And the result and the present that the customer gave us was this incredible survey at the end of the year. So everybody's happy, which is a good sign. But it was challenging.
Do you see that the supply chains are going back to normal, or are there still some challenges left?
There are still some challenges left, but everything goes better now. It seems to be more predictable. So as you mentioned, the unpredictability was the main problem, because you never know what happened. And now things are getting more ordered and more in a clear way. And I mean, everybody can, agree that a package is sent to you maybe a week later, if the package a week later will arrive. So then it's fine. But if it doesn't arrive a week later, and maybe also 2 weeks later not, or even 3 weeks later not, this is the problem. So no, everything is now getting back to normal, I would say. At least this is what we see.
Thomas, I'm coming to the end of this recording session from about 12 p.m. this afternoon to now, and I can ask the final question now to you. Your big prediction for 2023. What will happen in 2023?
What will happen in 2023?
Open big question at the end.
So first of all, from a perspective of biophysics and biotechnology, so it is, I think overall one can say that we think that the investment landscape will change a little bit. I think there might be overall less money in the market. For us as a company, as a CRO, as a provider of analytical services, I doubt that this will really harm us, because people will probably still do a lot of outsourcing, even more pronounced. So I think that will happen. But of course, my hope is, of course, that people try to or should try to listen also to the silent voices. Not only the loud and strong voices are that one that you should be listened, because sometimes these strong voices don't have or maybe they have very weak ideas. So I hope that this will happen, that people listen more to also silent voices. So yeah, I hope for that. But it's a hope. I don't know if it happens.
I couldn't agree more. Just because somebody is loud and outspoken doesn't mean that he or she is right.
Correct. That's the essence of all.
That's, I think, a great final word for today's recording session. Thomas, it's always a pleasure speaking to you. You bring such a great spirit to every conversation. And I'm pretty sure that you are one of the big success factors in your company.
Thank you so much. I just can give back the warm words. It's always a pleasure to talk to you and to have this conversation in this meeting format. It's really great experience. Thanks a lot for having me.
Thank you very much. Thanks for joining. I wish you, your team, and your family Merry Christmas and Happy New Year.
Thank you. Likewise. I wish you all the best.
Thank you.
Take
See you
care.
soon. Bye-bye.
Ciao.